love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same. Will never be the same. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I will never be the same. Never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, then all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same. Will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same. Will never be the same ever again.
And God's will is simple. The most wretched man in hell will not be Adolf Hitler. The most wretched man in hell, or woman, will not be one like Joe Stalin or some of these more modern devils. The most wretched person in hell will be a former Seventh-day Adventist.
Hello and welcome to SDAQ&A. Apologies yesterday for the technical issues that were prevailing, and so we thought we'd give it another go. And I just want to thank Dr. Warren Trenchard for being willing to come back and share some new material that we were getting into, as well as just to recapping some of the material that was cutting out. So thank you, Warren. Good to have you back again today.
Good to see you.
And welcome everybody watching. Some of you may be tuning in expecting Good News Fellowship. That is pushed through to next week. And also SDAQ&A Book Club is pushed through to next week as well, because this is such an important conversation. And so welcome everybody. So good to have you all here. Now, if you want to find out more about Dr. Warren Trenchard, you can watch the first 15-20 minutes of yesterday's program, where we unpack a lot of the background of where Warren has come from academically, socially, and demographically and geographically. And also, I just want to share his website right up off the bat, just to encourage all of you to go and look at it. And if you go in the top right there, you can see there's little pop-down windows, and there's papers and essays, photos, music as well. Ah, music. Didn't notice that the other day. I will check that out. And you can check out the CV and resume, and there's publications and whatnot there. A list as long as your arm. And I've been a fan of Dr. Trenchard's for quite a while, so I'm a bit nervous having him on the program, but it's really good to have him here. Today, we will also be looking at, and I'm just going to bring this onto the screen, 2 landmark publications that Dr. Trenchard has written. And the second one, which has popped up first on the screen, is A City of Two Tales, and other essays on Ellen Harmon White. And in many ways, this book is a part 2 of the first book, which is this one, The Desire of Ages and Its Sources, the condensed edition of Life of Christ Research Project report, which was written by Fred Veltman and was done in the 80s. It took 8 years. I think it started in about 1988, or finished in 1988, I should say. And so we're going to look at those books today. And one of the things that really struck me as I was reading the second book, and I think we'll get Warren to unpack this more, of course, but the implications that this whole thing, the idea of borrowing, paraphrasing, copying verbatim, or just ideas, is important to look at. And people have kept kicking the can down the road by saying, hey, we need to research this more, but often not drawing conclusions. But tell me if I'm wrong. In your second book, The City of Two Tales, you start to reveal some conclusions, one of which is this biblical fiction that Ellen incorporates into her writing. And that's important whether she is copying or borrowing or not. It's this kind of fiction that she adds to the very story of the Bible, the narrative of the Bible, that can cause some problems. So we will be looking at all of those things today. I just want to say I highly recommend those 2 books. Go and purchase them on Kindle. They're fantastic reads. And if you're at all interested in Ellen White and her borrowing, this one that I've got on the screen at the moment is particularly the ground zero go-to work on that topic. So thank you again, Warren. Good to have you back. We left. Did you want to give any thoughts there on what I've just said? And then we'll go into something that you started saying at the end of yesterday's conversation.
No, that's fair enough. I'm not sure what all came through and what didn't, so I'll just leave that to your discretion to explore as you wish.
Awesome. So we started chatting yesterday about some work that you were commissioned to do. I think maybe even 23 chapters or essays. Tell us about that, because some of them were knocked back, and that's where we were up to yesterday. And then we'll go back and recap some things.
Well, the background to this was I had made a presentation at the Adventist Society for Religious Studies in 2017 on the topic of sola scriptura. And I had intended, in the 500th year of the Protestant Reformation, which was being featured in that at that conference, I was going to simply talk about sola scriptura as a functional principle that has been operating more or less ever since, particularly within Protestant Christian circles. However, the more I got into that, the more problematic I began to find the concept of sola scriptura, that to the point where I concluded it was no longer adequate, if it ever was adequate, as a mechanism for understanding Scripture. I dealt with three things in particular up front that I have a fair amount of knowledge about, and those were text, translation, and canon. So I won't unpack that right now, but that's what I, started out with. And from the perspective of text, translation, and canon, I concluded that sola scriptura was not adequate. I mean, sola was not there because you had multiple scripturas, if you please.
Yeah.
The New Testament actually uses as scripture the Greek translation of the Old Testament and not the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
But the Greek translation of the Old Testament has the Apocrypha in it. So what do you do with that? My colleague Matthew Corpman would be interested, of course, and you may have had him talking about some of that.
Yes.
But that's just one very, very brief thing. It's much more complicated than that. And you get into translation, what translation in the world of languages would be normative. And even looking at the issue of English. Typically, the authorized version from 1611 is what is quoted most frequently, certainly in the writings of early Adventist pioneers and so forth. And then, so, you look at the languages of the world and even the languages of English, and there is no single scripture. So you can't have a sola aspect of scriptura. Mm-hmm. And then I looked at canon because of both for the Old and New Testament, although we know more about the New Testament canon development, there was a wide variety of potential materials that was being considered. And at the end of the day, it just kind of boiled down to what Athanasius put in his Easter letter in the 4th century. And eventually that kind of dominated. But, what is Scripture is the first question. That is a major problem with sola scriptura. Then I looked at 9 other areas that I felt also was problematic. The fact that the Scripture we consider in sola scriptura doesn't always agree internally. There's all kinds of disagreements among itself. And what I guess really dislodged the mentality of the General Conference was the fact that I included the issue of general or nature-based revelation. We talk about special revelation, the Bible, you know, and the presence of Jesus of Nazareth and so forth. But we also have in Scripture the material about general revelation, how the heavens declare the glory of God, and it's not only the universe, but the macro verse as well, micro verse. You know, looking at the cells of human organisms and so forth. All of that is understood to be part of the revelation of God. And once you get outside of special revelation, you're outside of Scripture. And therefore, if you look at the question of creation, creation can tell you in special revelation in the Bible that God is the source of all of it, right? But how he did it, when he did it, and so forth, none of that is reflected in Scripture. It's reflected in Scripture the way ancient people understood it, but not the way we understand it scientifically today. And apparently that was the thing that got Ted Wilson to indirectly get in touch with my president and say I should be fired over this. Well, nothing ever happened. I was already retired, but there wasn't much they could do. But so I decided when the call came out for people to consider writing for a new Adventist biblical and theological dictionary, that I would apply. And I looked over the list. All the good topics were taken by then by the safe people, I suppose. But I found enough to interest me in about 27 of them. So I said, okay, I'll write on these 27. Well, they got back to me, much to my surprise, and said, we'd like you to write on the following 23 of those. Apparently the others had been selected already. Well, that's fine. And I was surprised that there were actually some pretty decent topics still left. John the Revelator, or John the son of Zebedee, brother of James. That topic was still available. So that was an interesting one to write. Another one was on John the Baptist. And I thought, wow, that's a good one. I have some views on John the Baptist, the tradition of John the Baptist over the first century, of how his image develops considerably. And I was able to write that. I got a little pushback on some of that, but not anything really serious. The thing that I really got the pushback on was writing about Jairus. Now, it so happens that the topics were all divided up among Adventist scholars around the world, some of them in Australia, I'm sure, as well. And the North American division was given the letter J, and all the names and places and incidents and so forth associated with the letter J. Now, it happens to be a really big one because J is very important in Hebrew. All the names, so many names beginning with J or including J in the name, like Yahweh and so forth. So that was interesting. But Jairus, I love the story of Jairus. I was thrilled to see that there, but I was surprised. So I wrote up the small little thing. It was only maybe 300 or 400 words or something. Wrote up the story of Jairus. Now, the story of Jairus appears in the Synoptic Gospels. First problem I ran into is that they didn't like me talking about the Synoptic Gospels. Well, I mean, that's a fact of biblical literacy.
Yeah.
So I ignored that. And then I told the story as it appears in the Gospel of Mark, echoed in Luke. And this is the way everybody knows it. Jairus, a synagogue official, came to Jesus one time and he said, my little daughter is on the verge of death. Would you come and heal her? So without a word, Jesus goes off. And then it's a complex story because he runs into this woman in the crowd who had been hemorrhaging for 12 years. Kind of interesting. The little girl is 12 years old. The woman has been bleeding for 12 years. And she can't get any help. So she decides that she's going to edge up to Jesus in the crowd, touch him, and she thinks she's going to be healed. Well, she did, and she was. And Jesus stopped and he said, what happened? Who touched me? I felt power leave me and so forth. So there's this interaction with this woman. Finally, when he discovers how she had this incredible faith, he blessed her and said, you know, be it unto you as you desire according to your faith, you know, and so forth. Well, they return to the trip to Jairus' house. And on the way, somebody comes running up, a group comes running up from Jairus' house and say to Jairus, don't bother the master anymore because your daughter is dead. So in the meantime, since Jairus left his house, his daughter died, and now they learn about this. Jesus ignores this. He goes on to Jairus' house, goes through the crowd of mocking mourners, interestingly enough, and they get in the house, the parents and a few disciples with him, and he commands the girl to get up. She gets up, and she's alive and moving around. He tells them to give her something to eat and so forth. Now, that's the story of Jairus. We all know it. It's preached time and again from pulpits around the world, not only Adventist, but every pulpit. And that's the story. The problem is, that's not Matthew's story.
Yeah.
In Matthew, when Jairus came to Jesus, he said to him, my little daughter has just died. Would you come and put your hands on her so she may live? Now just stop and think about that. That's an incredible question. Nobody ever asked Jesus with any sort of certainty about raising someone from the dead. This didn't happen even to Mary and Martha with regard to Lazarus in John chapter 11. So, but nobody ever knows Matthew's story. Why? Because it's an embarrassment. The girl can't be alive and dead at the same time. Matthew tells a totally different story.
Yeah.
And one prominent Adventist scholar some years ago decided that these were two different stories, happened to two different people at two different times in the time of Jesus. And Jairus came to Jesus at different times, or somebody did. And in one of them, the girl was alive and she later died. The other one, she's dead from the beginning. Well, notice what happens in the Matthew story. After Jairus says to Jesus, my daughter is dead, would you come and raise her from the dead, essentially? Jesus, without a word, goes off with him, just like in Mark. And they run into a woman who's been bleeding for 12 years. Now, immediately, you've got a complex story. So it's not just one incident. I calculated one time the probability of more than one incident occurring that had these different distinctive characteristics. And it's overwhelmingly against, in a short period of time. Jesus' ministry is only a year and a half in Galilee in the synoptic accounts. It's not a great large area. How many people were synagogue officials who had little girls who were dying or had died? And how many, when Jesus is on the way, how many incidents also included another woman who had an hemorrhaging problem for 12 years? No, it is not multiple incidents. It either never happened at all, that is to say, it was not historical, or it happened the way Mark tells it. Or Matthew tells it, either way. But we assume that Mark's account is probably earlier and more closer to the tradition about Jesus' miracle like that. So I said, I have to tell that in this little thing. Now, I didn't go into all kinds of stuff. I didn't talk about probabilities. I didn't talk about anything. I just simply said, we have to note, however, before we leave this topic, that Matthew tells a different story. And that's basically all I said. I told what the difference was. Well, the member of the Biblical Research Institute who was communicating with me about these articles got in touch with me. We said, we've got a problem. One of the readers we gave this thing to has real difficulty with what you've done here. He said, let me share with you what the person wrote. And this person, a seasoned Adventist scholar, I don't to this day know who it was, but I was told that much about him, said something like the following: we can't be telling our people that there are contradictions in the Bible. We can't be telling our people that there are contradictions in the Bible. And I told him, I said, look, if there are contradictions in the Bible, we better tell our people about that.
Exactly.
And we better figure out a way that that can still enable people to understand the scripture is inspired by God. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these contradictions like this in biblical texts, among the synoptic gospels, among the writings in the Old Testament, difference between the Greek translation and the Hebrew. And the Greek is what is quoted in the New Testament.
Yeah.
It is amazing. And so we better tell our people. I hope the whole notion of our people just turned me off really seriously. We better tell the people what we find in Scripture and help them to deal with it. So that one survived. It'll be interesting if it ever gets printed, but that one survived at least to the point where they paid me for it. There were a couple of others which I won't bother to go into that they just couldn't deal with. I didn't even know why. I mean, they weren't nearly as controversial as that, but they finally said, you have to rewrite those. I said, I'm not rewriting them. I'm not rewriting anything. You take it the way it is, because that's the way I view them. And if not, then get somebody else to write them. And I will not put my name on something that I don't agree with. So that was an interesting little thing about one of those items in my list of things that on my website says I have completed and submitted for publication, or it's in press ready to be published, or whatever. So that was an interesting thing I thought I'd mention.
That is incredible. A couple of thoughts there. The earlier piece that you were talking about reminds, when you were talking about nature, and it reminded me a little bit of the Living Temple, Kellogg's book, and some of his ideas. And he too had major pushback from A.G. Daniels and Ellen White. And also this notion of sola scriptura being a hard thing to pin down. That has many ramifications. And then this other idea of having, our people, we've got to be careful not to share this material with our people. Is that a little bit like your theme in The City of Two Tales, where Adventism kind of has these two groups of people, one side willing to hold these
Actually,
tensions, and the other
that's
that
about
wants to
something else altogether.
Yeah. I just thought there might be a
I'd
use
like
of
to
that
explain
title.
that just a little bit, but I'd like to explain that The City of Two Tales, how that came about, what it's about. It's not necessarily what you may think. And I can do it now, or I can do it some other time, or not at all. If you
No,
choose.
100% want to do it. Let's come back to that, because I want to kind of do that more sequentially and go into the first book first up.
Okay.
But do some people use this idea that sola scriptura is hard to pin down because there's different versions, etc., and there's things that don't quite add up? Do people use that to justify Ellen White's equally difficult to pin down material at times as well? And is that a good use of it?
I haven't heard that particular argument. Most of what I hear about and have heard about sola scriptura, and it's not just from Adventists by any means, most of it has to do with the sufficiency of Scripture in terms of all things theological, all things divine, and relating to human activity and so forth. So I mean, the Methodists at one point decided that they couldn't justify sola scriptura, so they came up with a notion of prima scriptura, which is to say the Bible is first among all of these things. But that doesn't fly either. I mean, if you look at that within the context of the issues that I examined, uh, it it's still a major problem. So I think it's a nice little.
Looks like we've lost Dr. Warren Trenchard there. I'm sure he'll be back. I think he just hit a button. Fascinating conversation. Frank Merendino writes.
Did you see that?
Lost you there for a second. You'll have to say that again.
So,
and I'll come back to Frank's comment in a moment.
I was basically trying to say this is kind of a nice artifact of the Protestant Reformation, but it wasn't even followed by all the reformers.
Yeah.
And even Luther doesn't seem to have made that big of a deal about it. But we tend to come out of the Reformation with a set of solas, sola gratia, by grace alone.
Yeah.
Sola scriptura and so forth, but
yeah.
So I set out to do a kind of a history of it in the life of Christians in the last 500 years, and decided that it was unsupportable.
Mm.
And I thought my stuff about, I had a whole section in there about biblical contradictions, for example.
Mm.
And I took only the book of Genesis. I could have taken, a lot of different places, especially the Gospels I knew more about. But I said, let me just randomly take the book of Genesis and let's find the internal contradictions just within the book of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a whole section of the paper. Mm-hmm. I thought maybe that might have turned them off, but I learned later that what they really were upset with, what people from the BRI who heard it live, who took the paper back to Washington with them, and obviously through them it got on the desk of Ted Wilson. I think what got them and him completely bamboozled was the fact that I said that science, in some area, I said that the natural general revelation tells us things about the universe and about nature and so forth that we don't get in scripture at all.
Yeah.
And I said, how is it then that we learn this stuff? What is the educational mechanism for examining general revelation? And I made the startling statement, apparently for them, that the way into all of that is through science, the scientific method.
Wow.
That's how we learn about the stars, the planets, the solar system. That's how we are able to put a group of people up into space, going around the moon and heading back to Earth right now. That's how we examine the issue of disease and illness through the microcosm, and so forth. So, I mean, you've got stuff in the Bible. Science is primitive at best. There's a place in the fundamental beliefs section 22, belief number 22, which deals with, among other things, eating and drinking, and particularly eating food that is not among those condemned in Leviticus 11. Leviticus 11 is even mentioned in there. Unclean foods. The only problem with that is if you really look at that material, it is a description of a group of animals, individual animals and groups of animals that don't have certain kinds of characteristics and therefore can't be eaten. Well, they also can't be offered as sacrifice to Yahweh. And that's how the thing is used back in the story of the flood. When they come out of the ark, one of the accounts of the flood has them having um, some blood sacrifices. And it's only the clean animals, because it's only them that there's a sufficient number of them, that would be used for such sacrifices. Well, the only problem also, another problem in Leviticus 11, is that not only are these animals unclean, let's say like a pig, but if you touch a pig, you become unclean. Now, nobody ever talks about that, right? If you touch a pig, you become unclean. But it's only a temporary thing, because when after sunset, the uncleanness goes away. Now, that's not scientific. That's cultic.
Mm. Mm.
And in fact, there are 4 chapters in a row that deal with uncleanness in Leviticus: 11, 12, 13, 14, and I think 15. So maybe 5 chapters. And they go into all kinds of things. Leprosy and so forth is the one that it ends up with talking about. But in chapter 12, there is this remarkable statement that says, if a woman gives birth to a male child, she is unclean. Uses the same language as in chapter 11. She's unclean for a period of 7 days. But she still can't go into the temple and so forth, or into the tabernacle and be part of the cultic worship events for another, 30 days, I think. So she's unclean for a period of time, and then out of franchise, as it were, for another big chunk of time. Okay, well, one can examine that on its own merits to see if there's any value to that. But the remarkable thing is, it says that if she gives birth to a daughter, she's unclean for 2 weeks.
Right.
And her time of disenfranchisement from the cultic system is doubled. It's like 60 days. Now, the whole thing is unscientific, but even if part of it was scientific, when you start making a distinction between the birth of boys and birth of girls, there is absolutely, to my knowledge, no scientific evidence of that has ever been suggested in the world. So these are things that we have in scripture, which means, if you're going to deal with the issue of pregnancy and childbirth and so forth, wouldn't you rather deal with it in the way that it is represented in the medical literature, which is scientific, may change because our knowledge changes over time, or deal with it in a cultic sense of how it's written up in the laws of Moses? Well, you take your choice. But that is, of course, that's just some of the kinds of things that we encounter when we start trying to say the Bible and the Bible only.
Yeah.
So General Conference got terribly upset with that. And I learned from one of the vice presidents, whom I knew well, who told me, he said, well, the thing that really got them was you're dealing with science. I thought, okay, well, what can I say?
Yeah.
I didn't change my mind on it, but that was so anyway.
Yeah. And I've heard some Adventist leaders say that science is a religion, where it's just a method of measurement. And so to fear it strikes me as a little bit cultic. Would you say that the Adventist response to you leans toward that sort of cultish behavior? By rejecting your material?
I'm using the word cult in a technical sense here, not necessarily in Martin and Barnhouse coming to us in the 1950s with the contention that Adventism was a sect. I'm not using it in that cultic sect, as it were. But when we talk about in scholarly examination, things like the worship and sacrificial system of ancient Israel, which is reflected in some respect in the New Testament letter to the Hebrews. I have a paper that's it's a fairly long paper that I presented to the Daniel and Revelation Committee some years ago. After Glacier View, they set up a Daniel and Revelation Committee, and some of the work they did was on the book of Hebrews, which is neither in Daniel nor Revelation. But I was called in with several others to talk about some of the material in Hebrews. And I gave a paper on what I call, the title of it is The Cultic Use of the Term Hagia in the letter to the Hebrews. Now, I can't remember his name right now, but a well-known Adventist New Testament scholar from Avondale had actually written probably the first paper on that. And I agree with most of that. I felt that there were some areas that needed some updating and what have you. He had written this in the 50s, one of the early issues of the, or 60s maybe, one of the early issues of the Andrews University Seminary Studies. So this was kind of an update on that, and I was asked to speak on that in particular, so I did. They never published it in the book on Hebrews, nor do I think they published anything else on Hebrews, including the stuff.
Just lost Dr. Trenchard again. There's some really good comments going on in the chat, and I will bring some of them up soon.
It's cultic. We tend to use the word cultic in that sense as having to do with the Israelite sacrificial system. But I suppose it could be applied elsewhere too.
And I slightly misused your title, The City of Two Tales, but it was more as a trigger reminding me that within the Adventist Church and within society, within the human race, there appear to be, sociologically speaking, people who want to define something very clearly and then not question it, and people who are happy to unpack things and you know, like I can imagine some people would welcome your material and go, wow, that's an interesting point. Let's look at that a bit more. Let's tell our people that. Whereas other people, who, the way you got a reaction was, we can't let our people know that. Just a segue from that, just firstly to what you were saying a little bit about Des Ford yesterday and the Sanctuary Review Committee, which is the Glacier View Committee. You revealed a couple of interesting gems there that I want you just to share again, because that particular part of the conversation did have a few technical hiccups. But that whole process there indicated, again, 46 years ago, that if someone is questioning or saying, let's look at this a different way, the Seventh Adventist Church at a leadership level does not want to have you in the room, kind of, so to speak. Just share with us what you were saying yesterday about you and your involvement with the Sanctuary Review Committee. You were invited. Very briefly, you were invited to be there at Glacier View.
I accidentally discovered that I was on the original list to be a member of the Sanctuary Review Committee.
Wow.
That quickly, I mean, I didn't really believe it necessarily because I'd never been contacted about it. But a few months after probably when I discovered that in the early part of 1980 that had been voted by the General Conference Committee, I discovered in a later action by the committee that they put the final touches on who would be invited, and I guess mercifully I was not. But I was there because the location had been selected some years before for a conference, actually a consultation it was called, on the relationship between Adventist theologians, as the title suggested, and Adventist administrators. and that was scheduled for Glacier View Ranch in August of 1980. So when they had came up with the notion of having the Sanctuary Review Committee and bringing people from around the world to serve on that, they realized that a number of those people were going to be there anyway for the consultation. And so I'm assuming, I mean, I've never heard anybody actually confirm this, but nobody's denied it either. I'm assuming that that's why the event of the SRC actually happened there. So I wasn't part of the week-long event, but I got in there on Friday about noon.
Yeah. So just to back up there for 1 second, when you say you got in there on the Friday, you just drove up to Glacier View and just walked into the room?
Well, I actually landed in the airport, in on the east side of Denver, and got a ride with somebody who was picking people up, or people that rented a car or whatever. I don't remember the details, but I rode from the airport to Glacier View Ranch.
Yeah.
And of course, we went into the building, and they were still mopping up part of the Sanctuary Review Committee. That day, the consensus statements were presented in the morning, I understand, and they were voted at that time.
Can I just to interrupt one more time? It's important for people who are watching, because we often speak here of the consensus statement as being one thing, and what you're referring to, which you did a fantastic article on in Spectrum only a week or two ago, it's two parts, but often seen as one. And sometimes when we say two consensus documents, people think of the 10-point statement and get it confused. So I'm just reminding people that are watching that when we talk about two consensus statements, we're talking about two parts of one overall document that they voted on.
It was one whole document, but I mean, it was actually two documents, but it was one whole complex.
Yeah.
Because the work of the 115-member Sanctuary Review Committee for 4 days every morning before they got together and shared stuff in the afternoon. For every morning, they were going through a set of questions. And Ray Cottrell, who was a stenographer, among other things, actually took shorthand notes on the questions and answers and comments of one of those committees, the one that he was part of. So, yeah, there were two main issues that they dealt with. One was more substantive in terms of the question, the number of questions, and the amount of material written in the consensus statement. And that was dealing with Christ in his sanctuary. The other one was shorter, but in effect, it was, in my judgment, more consequential, because it was Ellen White's role in doctrinal formation. And what they said in the first one was tailored by the view they had with regard to the second one. And some of that bled into the first statement, where Ellen White is quoted in the Great Controversy as having endorsed things like the 2300 day year prophecy ending in 1844, and so on. So they couldn't even wait until the final one, the second of these two statements, to start invoking Ellen White. So that says to me, the viewpoint of Ellen White on these matters was more important and more consequential to them than the specifics regarding biblical exegesis.
Yeah.
And so that was the thing. So I ended up there, walked in. Yes, I did walk in, and I sat in this auditorium listening to Des on the platform talking with Neil Wilson.
Yeah.
And in that context, I was horrified that Wilson, the head of the whole church, would put himself on the line like that. I thought it was a terrible mistake. I mean, he should have had some, vice president or something up there talking to Des. But no, Neil was up there himself. And I remember thinking, Des will never win this. He will never prevail when he's dealing with Neil Wilson, because it quickly dawned on me also, the second point, is that this has nothing to do with theology, biblical interpretation, exegesis, biblical languages, context, and so forth. It is political.
Mm.
It's a political thing.
Mm.
And Des can talk all he likes about the exegesis and the apostolismatic principle and everything else that he was dealing with. But when he was confronting Neil Wilson, he was confronting the political arm of Adventism.
Yes.
And he could not prevail in that saying. So that's what I came away with that first afternoon.
Mm.
And, ended up writing for Spectrum about the event there. As Ray Cottrell did, he wrote about the Sanctuary Review Committee. I wrote about the other consultation. And I remember at the time that the event that was used to determine determine the location of it all would never be remembered in any substantive way by anybody after that time. And I haven't been wrong about that. So I titled the thing for my little piece on the consultation, "In the Shadow of the Sanctuary," and had a subtitle relating to what the consultation was about. And certainly the sanctuary overshadowed that event, even though it was late to the table as far as location.
In Australia, we would call that a kangaroo court as well. Not that it was political, but that the decision to draw a line in the sand and block the Des Ford questioning of Ellen White's authority was predetermined before the actual Glacier View event. What are your thoughts on that? And I remember saying to you yesterday, and I'm glad you had seen the letter, there was some correspondence between Pearson and Wilson, Pearson, the former president, where they were literally saying something along the lines of, we need to end all this and draw a line in the sand, and Des Ford's got to go, basically. What were your recollections about that correspondence? I remember you saying something about it yesterday.
Well, I think, as I mentioned, I learned about that through Gil Valentine's article, in which he was kind of doing an updated interpretation of the Sanctuary Review Committee in the light of more recently discovered documents and materials. And this Pearson letter was one of those. So it didn't surprise me. I mean, that fit into the pattern that I saw at that time, and I didn't know if at that time that it would be so graphically and literally fulfilled in that way.
Mm. Now, at that point, you didn't know about the 10-point statement that was wheeled out last minute and presented to Des in a back room.
I probably heard about that, over the next couple of days there, but when I got there, I didn't know anything about that. And I didn't even know about the consensus statement or statements at that point either. All I knew is I walked in on something, and here were these two people on the platform
having the discussion. Now, it has been suggested that Des Ford, and Gillian confirms this as well, she was sitting next to him, that Des Ford, at some point after hearing the consensus statement, the two parts, and it was voted on, that he said something along the lines of, I could go along with that. Do you remember that? Were you there when he said that?
No, I wasn't there when he said that, but I learned that while I was there, that, and as I've read, in Des's, what I call manifesto, the large piece of work that he produced that was sent to the members of that sanctuary review committee. It was supposed to be what he was charged with doing, namely charged to do. I mean, in a positive sense, he was asked to write out his views, and so that's what they did over, about 6-month period or so.
Yes.
And not too long ago, certainly before I started on the consensus statement article, I was reading in Dez's material. And while I find, it seems to me that Dez was kind of having his theological cake and eating it too. And that was through the mechanism of the apodolismatic principle.
Can you
So
unpack what that means for those that may not know?
Well, basically, Dez looked at scripture. He was working at the time with F.F. Bruce and so forth in the UK. He had gotten, as I understand it, a speech degree from Michigan State. A number of Adventists did that. But Dez did a substantive degree when he went to the UK. And in his commentary on Daniel, the foreword is written by F.F. Bruce.
Right.
Which is interesting. I mean, this is the level of sort of scholarly competence that with which Bruce held Dez forward. So I was at first, the manifesto talks about Dez's view on the non-biblical basis of the investigative judgment, the problems of language and context in Daniel 7, 8, and 9, the non-agreement of Hebrews with the book of Hebrews in the New Testament with so much of the Adventist teaching and so forth. That seemed to me to be the thing that was propelling Dez for the most part in that manifesto. Whereas in his commentary, he tends to focus on the exegetical issues and problems of the book of Daniel. And at first I was looking at that, and I noticed the date of that commentary of 1978, coming out of the Southern Publishing Association, Anvil series. That's about a year to a year and a half before he made his presentation in the Angwin area in California. So I'm saying to myself, what did Dez say about this stuff in his commentary just a year and a half earlier? And I was going to write a piece, kind of with a working title, at least something like, "What happened to Dez Ford in 18 months?" Because what I was seeing in the commentary, I hadn't read much of it at that point, was basically a concern that was, it acknowledged things like language and context and so forth, but it also had an appendix added to chapter 8, which was dealing with a defense of the year-day principle, which he quite clearly doesn't accept in the later work. So I was wondering what happened to him in that time, but I realized that he had been talking about these things for many, many years before this. And so the only thing I can make of it, he wrote the commentary dealing with biblical issues, but opening up the possibility for multiple fulfillments. It's already discussed there, the apodolismatic principle. That is to say, you can have Daniel, the book of Daniel, focusing on the first of those fulfillments, in the time of the Maccabees and in the experience of the Jewish people with Antiochus Epiphanes and so forth. And yet you can have the book of Daniel taking a look at the end of time in the later chapters, 11 and 12 and so forth, to the point where he was able to say, there is another fulfillment that is more apocalyptic and is more consequential at the end of time. And that begins, that was anticipated by William Miller. It was certified by Ellen White, and it became the theological dicta of Seventh-day Adventists ever since. Des could say that because he had this two distinct levels of interpretation. At one point, he has a series of appendices in that big manifesto. The very last one deals with the issue of what Ken Strand was saying about this. Now, I had Ken Strand as a professor of church history in the seminary. I knew him pretty well. I was a good friend of his for years after being in the seminary. I don't know if Ken Strand ever talked about this or not. He never talked to me about it. But apparently Des knew something about Ken's viewpoint on multiple interpretations. And so he said, I'm not sure if this is what Strand really meant, but it sounds like he was supportive of my viewpoint. So that enabled Des to be a biblical scholar and be open to the characteristics of the biblical text and its context and the history of it all, and also to be an Adventist. Because what I came away with after looking at his a number of places in his manifesto, I came away with the notion this guy was an Adventist. He never stopped being an Adventist. He was saying all of the things that Adventists have said, but this was all part of the second shoe being dropped on apostolismatic principle. And he even in his response to Parmenter's letter to him after Glacier View and so forth, he's still talking about the fact that he's an Adventist, that he can go out and preach these things. There were one or two things he would do somewhat differently, probably, he said. But with regard to Ellen White, he still considered her a, quote, messenger of the Lord on all of these things. Did he not?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that he did. That's the way his writing was. And I finally decided I'm not going to write that article about Des changing his mind in 18 months, because I don't think he did.
No.
I think he just is talking about one thing for the most part in one of those pieces and something else in the other one.
Yeah.
And then you look at him, you got to put them all both together. And what you have is a person who is a Seventh-day Adventist as much as Ray Cottrell was, or a whole bunch of other people. But in the words of Valentine, maybe there's something to it. He went public, and these other people didn't do so, at least in the same kind of way. And you heard me talk about Neil Wilson, saying to the Adventist scholars later in the year 1979, he said, you can write, you can do everything you want to do and so forth, but just don't stick your head up.
That's right.
And nobody picked up on that.
That's right. Yeah. Because you were saying yesterday, and it did cut out a little bit, that you were at a meeting and the scholars were there and they saw him as, he was the darling of the scholars and academics because he appeared to be saying, say whatever you want, write whatever you want, but just don't stick your head up. When I interviewed Fritz Guy and Larry Geraghty, and I've interviewed Larry Geraghty a couple of times, they spoke about coming away from Glacier View and being very disheartened. And they spoke about they even considered leaving the church. Can you understand why they felt that way? Did you feel that way? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, as for understanding, I absolutely understand that. I didn't have. I was not living in this country at the time, and so I wasn't part. I mean, this was we were 2,500 miles west of the Union Conference office out in Alberta, Canada, rather mercifully isolated in many respects. And so I was certainly confused and disappointed by all of this, what happened to Des. Um, I I had made up my mind a lot sooner than that I was going to be a part of Adventism, but to try to help students think on their own. And I thought I could do that better within the system than outside of it.
Mm.
My wife now, labors with me sometimes and says, with a Chicago degree, you probably could have gone anywhere,
Yes.
Yale, Harvard, so forth,
Mm.
But I wasn't thinking about that. I had a kind of mission. I wanted to work in an Adventist institution, higher education, because I wanted students to encounter realities. I went
Yes.
back to Canada a few years ago, and my son was living in Calgary, and a former student of mine and his wife took me out to lunch. And so I was sitting there with them, and he said to me, because they had left the church, he was pastoring in another faith community. And he said to me, I want to thank you for giving us permission to think.
Yes.
And I said, I never gave you permission to think. You always had permission to think. If anything, I merely reminded you that you had the right to think. And so if there's anything put on my tombstone as an epitaph, I would be pleased with that. He gave us permission to think.
Mm.
Now that can be misunderstood. I don't want to make too much about that.
Well, that's the conclusion from my understanding of my interview with Fritz Guy and Larry Geraghty, that they came to that same conclusion. They felt they could do more within the church. What has surprised me 46 years later, and I said this to Bill Johnson because he was like saying to me, oh, if Des had just kept it in his back pocket and, all of this stuff would have disappeared. And to some degree for young people in the church, it has, but it has turned Adventism into more of a cultural happy Sabbath, potluck, let's sing some nice worship songs kind of a movement. But if you really want to dig your teeth into it, I said to Bill Johnson in episode 1 of season 2, I said, how's that worked out for you? This was 45 years later. How's that worked out for you? And he said, yeah. So my point is that, yes, back then I can see a lot of validity in people staying and helping people think for themselves and to look at the material. But and that certainly at that time was wonderful. Like for my generation, a bit younger than yours, the material that you guys were presenting, particularly in the 90s and on, excuse me, was very, excuse me, just have a little drink, was very helpful in our journey. However, now 46 years later, and we touched on this yesterday, when this book came out, it really confirmed to me that if you present your material, this is the Reclaiming the Prophet, and people like Eric Anderson, Niels Eric Andreessen, John Butler, Danny Fortain, Larry Geraghty, Ron Grable, George Knight, McAdams, Valentine, they've tried to present this way of, let's look at Ellen G. White in a different light. Let's address these things. And my prediction always was, when I would say to these academics and scholars, that as soon as you present your version of Adventism, the one that says, hey, let's think, let's look outside the box. Let's analyze some of these things. Let's put them on the table for us to look at and discuss. They'd be shut down. And many of them said to me, no, we can share our version of Adventism and not be shut down. But this, to me, proved my point, that when the scholars and academics who have been doing a good thing put their words into the public sphere, they are shut down. Des Ford was shut down. You've had articles rejected. What are your thoughts about that? That at best, 46 years later, the church has become a Happy Sabbath cultural haystacks potluck kind of movement.
Yeah.
It has a very traditional side that is kind of permeating and growing more and more. It has leadership that still wants to kind of keep a lid on lots of topics. And it has this constant positivity coming from the scholars and academics that things can change. I guess I suggested to Bill that maybe things haven't changed and it's as dark and bad as ever. And while I personally absolutely love the contributions that you and McAdams and all and Casebolt have made, I love it, and Gil Valentine, I'm wondering if this positivity will ever run out, because the generation of thinkers in the Adventist Church is dying out or retiring. What are your thoughts on that and this book?
Well, let me just back up a little bit and say I was at that conference that eventuated that book. It was a conference at PUC in the fall of 2023, I think, or 24, I've forgotten now. Time passes so quickly. But I was I was not going to go. I was invited early on. I was not going to go. And then finally, Larry Garrity, whom I talk to frequently, convinced me to go. And I rode there with him and his wife to PUC. I rode back, however, with the Valentines, because Larry and Jillian were staying there for a little longer. And I was not pleased with that event.
Yeah.
If I had been invited to write for it, I probably wouldn't have, or I would have written something completely different. Around that time, I think a little bit after that, I was writing, I had written actually an analysis of Fundamental Belief 18, which is the gift of prophecy. I'd examined, in addition to what I call the affirmation statements in the piece, I worked on all of the appended biblical materials and argued that none of them had any support for the revival of prophecy in the end time in the person of Ellen Harmon White.
Yes.
So, that was going into that essay book.
Yes.
That was going to be the last chapter in that book.
This is the chapter 10 you were speaking of.
An analysis, this was, the Tale of Two Cities.
Yes.
Or the City of Two Tales. I'm sorry, I'm getting it in its classical sense.
Yeah.
So I had chosen to end that collection with that essay. I put an addendum onto that so that it was, in addition to looking at the faith statement itself, I put an addendum on it that I called Ellen White and the Future of Adventism.
Yes.
And it was just my own top of mind confession, as it were. I ruminated on the fact that the church was fixated, particularly under the administration of Ted Wilson, with distributing the great controversy all over the world, probably, certainly in the United States and Canada. And they were going to put millions of dollars into that effort. And I simply looked at it from the point of view of saying, why would a modern person anywhere in the world today
Yeah.
ever read that? And if they started it, why would they ever continue?
Yes.
Because as I looked at it, the great controversy, whatever its value may have been in the 19th century, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the 20th century or the 21st century.
Exactly.
And in the article I wrote, I said it didn't anticipate the great war of World War I. It didn't anticipate the pandemic that occurred right at the end of that. The Great Depression, the New Deal, the emergence of kind of progressive and liberal Democratic Party and all this stuff with Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the United States. I'm thinking about the world as well as the United States. And, World War II wasn't anticipated. The Korean conflict and the police action there wasn't anticipated. The civil rights movement, the rise of the tech revolution was not anticipated. The pandemic of 2019, 2021, 22 wasn't anticipated.
Yeah.
So if none of these things were anticipated, that people today, in many cases, had lived through, why would they have any confidence in this book as a book of prophecy?
Yes, I agree.
So that was just one of my arguments, and I went on to say, this doesn't mean we need to abandon Ellen White. And so I came to a different kind of position than they did with the what was it? What's the title again of that book?
Reclaiming the Prophet.
Reclaiming. I wasn't prepared to argue for the reclaiming of the prophet. In some respects, I was going to argue for the replacement of the prophet.
Yes.
But not as a prophet. I see Ellen White as having two potential visages, if you please. One, that of a founder of Adventism, or that of a normative prophet. Now, she'll always be a founder, but in my judgment, she probably never was, and certainly isn't today, an ongoing prophetic voice. So I came to the conclusion in there that this language isn't unique with me. I've heard others use it too, and that is, I'm absolutely content and enthusiastic about Ellen White in a formative role, but not in a normative role.
Yes.
Formative, but not normative. So that's where my position is. I wrote this up for that Oak and Acorn book, which is published by the Pacific Union Conference Publishing Group. And they accepted all of my essays, some of which I think were in many ways more controversial than that. They accepted all of my essays except that one. And they said, this goes too far. We can't do this.
Yeah.
So I mentioned to Carpenter at Spectrum, I said, would you be interested in an article of mine that seemed to be too wild for even Oak and Acorn? And he said, yeah, I'd love it. So it's sitting there. Sometime he claimed he's going to publish it.
Yeah, I would love a copy of that as well. Maybe you can email.
So that is, you ask about my viewpoint. That's my viewpoint. And if I had been invited to and had chosen to write for that book, that's the piece I would have published in there.
Yes. When the book came out and I saw that your name wasn't on it, I felt relieved, because I felt like you would have been signing up for something that I knew wasn't your position. And based on having read and watched a lot of your material in the last 2 to 3 years, I think the sad reality, and I'll just quickly bring up a comment that Benny has written, there is a DNA trait embedded in Adventism that does not allow for any real variance from its historical position of present truth that cannot change or improve in the face of biblical studies. And so my thoughts, and who cares what I think, is that I believe, a time before those who think like you. And I know even in this book, there's a couple of people on there that are more in line with your thoughts than the general thrust of the book. I think a realization that the idea of what did you say, formative, not normative?
Yeah.
I don't believe that will ever, over the next 500 years even, will change. There's something embedded in Adventism, as Benny said, in its very DNA, that has any kind of desire. It's set in concrete. It's baked into Adventism, that the concept that you're speaking of, as valiant and as much as I believe you 100%, that is the way Adventism should go, it is not going to happen. That's kind of in my 550 nearly interviews in the last 5 years, that has been validated in my brain many, many times, particularly in the last 12 months.
Well, I know a lot of progressive thinkers, people of my generation for the most part, but there are some others younger as well. And I've been interested over the last few years of listening to them talk positively about things going to be better. And it's almost like when we finally get in charge, sort of thing, then it'll be better.
Yeah.
And I have said to every one of them, it'll never change.
100%.
Never change.
Yeah.
You know, I was able to do some unofficial polling on some of the issues that were before the last general conference session.
Mm.
And I came within about 1 or 2% of saying 2/3 of these people will vote against certain issues. And inevitably they did. Like I missed it maybe by 1 or 2%. So 67%, 65, 63, 68. It was all in that. These things were being voted by that number. Now, it's not just in the situation in enlightened countries, as it were, but that certainly has a lot to do with it.
Yes.
And in these enlightened places, Adventism is not growing except in minority communities.
Yeah.
So that should tell you something, right?
So even where the hope is potentially allowed to flourish, even there it doesn't flourish.
Yeah. So I don't disagree. I am not optimistic that things are going to change.
No.
I think they're going to get worse.
You see, when I interviewed John Butler and Ron Numbers, they both I chatted to them at the same time, and it was a delightful interview. They're both funny. We all laughed a lot. We were a bit sacrilegious about some topics, to the point that I got a lot of criticism for not taking some things seriously. But it was just the nature of our three personalities kind of having a conversation. But I did note, when I replayed that interview only I guess a couple of months ago, that Ron Numbers had an air of liberation about him and freedom that I could tell John still didn't have. And John is probably more in line with what you're saying, but this idea of staying in the church, it just seemed to me that Ron Numbers, by leaving, liberated something within him that presented itself in his very almost mental health capacity as being more free than John Butler. Now I'm speculating, I'm just giving my thoughts on that. But when I watched I think it was the AT, Adventist Today, they had a meeting where a lot of these authors, you might have seen it, where a lot of them gathered and they were being asked about what they thought about the book being cancelled and this kind of thing. And I kind of felt that their attempts to defend Ellen White were feeble. This is why I like your material so much, because you're not saying that. You're being very honest and authentic, and I really value that. And that's why I don't push back on you like I have done with some of the others, because I just don't like that feeble, they're still trying to place her in a position of authority, but they're not. I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying, but it just seems a bit wishy-washy to me.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
yeah.
I had a real hard time at that PUC conference.
So you were
because
there.
Yeah. Whenever I had an opportunity to speak,
Yeah.
I spoke about something very different from what turned out.
Yeah. So I want to, and thank you for your candor. I really appreciate it. I want to now segue into the two books. One of the things that surprised me, I'll just bring it up onto the screen. One of the things that surprised me about Fred Veltman, and I want you to talk a little bit about Ray Cottrell and Fred Veltman. Did you know them? That's something to start in a moment. What were they like? But what surprised me is that Fred Veltman, sanctioned by the GC, was asked to do a thorough study on Ellen White's sources, her borrowing, potential plagiarism, and he was paid by the GC. That surprised me, that they didn't try to just shut it down. I'm interested in how on earth that came about. Now, why I'm so appreciative of your work is that his project is like 2,500 pages or something, and when you released this book, it was suddenly accessible to me. I could understand what he was saying, where he was coming from. And I just want to encourage those watching, go and buy this book. You can get the Kindle version in 5 minutes into your computer. Now, sadly, you're not really receiving royalties for this incredible work, but I do want to encourage people to go and buy it. So just tell me your thoughts on what I've just said there. You know,
yeah,
in the background that I don't want to kind of, hang on, I'm disappearing here. Am I back?
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second. Sorry, for some reason. We've both disappeared.
Well, while you're doing that, let me talk about that a little bit. Can you hear me okay?
I just think we might have both been popped off this thing. Just give me a minute to try and work out what's going on here. It's not letting me. Sorry about this. We're just okay, we're both back on. Your website is there, just quickly letting people know they can go and check that out as well. And I think there we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so some thoughts on what I just said.
Well, let me start with something I was talking about yesterday, and I won't go through all the details of that, but I will segue from it. And that is, I had done a study of the Transfiguration pericopes, the units, literary units in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And I was interested at some point in what Ellen White did with this, so I overlaid, in a sense, the Desire of Ages, and I began to ask the question: well, did Veltman do anything with this? And of course, I knew that he had done only a selection of materials. I hadn't spent any time with Veltman in a long time, so I looked up his work and discovered he had done 15 out of 87 chapters of Desire of Ages and wrote 2,561 pages on it. It's daunting. I mean, he was wordy. He just went on and on and on and on stuff, So it seemed like a bit of a problem to try to access. If you've looked at his work, which it sounds like you have, it starts out after his own introduction, which is not short. He has his own preface, but he has two introductions to that, each of them 100 pages long in the format that he's doing. And one of them is where he deals with the history, kind of the history of dealing with Ellen White and the literary issues and so on. And the other one kind of laying out the contours of his study. And he calls them both introductions, introduction 1, introduction 2. And the first one is so long that he starts repaging with the second one. I mean, it's incredible.
Is he doing that on purpose because he knows the content is so controversial and he just wants to kind of divert people's attention from it?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, there's something. I think maybe he was trying to be a little coy about getting into the whole thing. Possibly. I don't like to say maybe diverting. I don't know. But I found Fred to be wordy and it just goes on and on forever in all parts of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So first of all, you have these two massive introductions. They clearly are dealing with two different things. And so there's that. And then he has these 15 chapters that are analytical, and they have a certain structure to them. And in the middle of it, he starts interacting with the data, and there's a whole bunch of data tables right in the middle of each one of these 15 chapters. And then he concludes the process with a very long, about 100 pages again, of a conclusion in which he lays out the several points that he's come to. And then he has another interesting section, which in some ways is even more interesting than his conclusions. And that's the one where he says, here's what some people have asked me along the way. And he comes clean. At this point, he says, in one of these is that he is most concerned about the fact that Ellen White denied that she ever did any of this.
Yeah.
He said, that bothers me more than anything else. And the people at the White Estate were just blown away by that. They wrote an article trying to counter that and so forth within 3 or 4 months after the thing was finished. And then following that, he has a whole series, probably 1,000 pages of appendix material, most of which is facsimile reproductions of some of Ellen White's manuscripts and very detailed statistical analyses of the whole thing. So I thought, wow, there's no wonder people are not accessing this thing. It's just massive, and it's complex.
Yeah.
And so I said, I think I'm going to create a more accessible version of this. And I did it in 2 stages. The first stage was I got rid of all Fred's data tables, all the appendices, and all the data tables within his chapter, in his 15 chapters. I left the 2 big introductions intact, just as they were, and I left everything else written in the 15 chapters and his entire conclusion just as he wrote it. And it came out to be 171,000 words. So I said, I want to publish this. And you can go on Internet Archive. Do you know Internet Archive?
Yes.
internetarchive.org, and you'll see there what I call the abridged edition of Veltman's report. Now, I did add my own preface to the thing so that people would know what I was doing, a short preface, and then Fred's preface. Everything else was Fred's work, except it didn't have any appendix, or the appendix also included some bibliography, didn't have that. And it didn't have his data tables in the 15 analytical chapters. Everything else is word for word. All of his footnotes, everything else, all of his wordiness is repeated in that edition. So it's available on internetarchive.org. 171,000 words. It's in a PDF format, 8.5 by 11. So, you know, I managed to do it in about, I don't know, 100 pages, 90 pages or something.
Right.
It is, I mean, Fred had this massive thing. And then Ron Grable, I sent a copy to Grable, or sent him the text, the URL to Butler and some of my friends. And Grable came back and he said, we still, I think, need to do a condensed version
Right.
of Veltman. So I took the 171,000 word file and I turned it over to a copy editor, a good friend of mine who I trust his work a lot, retired person, but he's very good. And he's brutal on the stuff. I mean, if it doesn't fly, he takes it out. And he cut the thing down to about 55,000 words. He cut, or maybe it was 70,000, I know. He cut 100,000 words out of the thing. Then I worked it over and I gave it to a third person. And the result of that is the book that you now have. So the first, there is Fred Veltman's 2,561 page report on 15 chapters of 87 of Ellen White's Desire of Ages. There is 171,000 PDF of the unedited Fred Veltman as far as what he wrote other than tables and appendices and so on. And then thirdly, there is that book. So it went through, you know, you need to kind of understand the stages. I inherited the full thing. I first of all created what we call an abridged edition. And I simply listed myself as editor of that. But the book that you have is a book that is edited, to be sure, but it is edited to the point where it's essentially my work. And most of it I give credit to Gary Ross, who did the magnificent copy editing on that. So that's how it came about.
Yeah.
And the only other thing I've done with Veltman is write a critical review of Fred's actual work. And then I've gone ahead and done a few of the things that Veltman recommended should be done, you know, follow up to his work.
Oh, that's great background, that, and I've just got it up on the screen. So this is the first book we're discussing today.
So this is,
I value the background. Thank you.
This is the essence of Fred Veltman's work.
Yes.
We went through we went through the introductions, the conclusion, the 15 chapters. They're all there. And we left the structure of it in place where he discussed A, B, C, D type of thing in each one. We don't have any data tables. We refer to them as he does in summarizing the results. And we feel, other than specialists who may want to redo some of that kind of thing, that's basically all that people need.
Yeah. I did a show with Arthur Klim. Do you know Arthur Klim? Art Klim. He asked you a question on your recent AT program. You did a presentation on the City of Two Tales, and one of his questions was about Veltman. he was the one that had alerted me to this book. And yeah, so that's available if people want to go and watch those shows as well. But yeah, okay, so tell us a little bit about Fred Veltman, and then I want you to tell me about what are some of the results and some of the revelations from the more condensed book.
Well, I knew Fred as a fellow New Testament student and professor. I would see him, at professional meetings from time to time. We were acquainted. We spent most of our time, I think, that we ever spent when we both were presenting something to the Daniel and Revelation Committee one time in San Diego. I remember walking the waterfront with him, talking about what he was doing, because right at that point he was actually working on this stuff. And I was very interested in it then, but I wasn't really working in the area, so I didn't have occasion to consult with him further on that. So I decided to write about Fred, and it's in my preface to both the archive piece and the book. I did a lot of background work on Fred, even discovering, that he'd been a World War II veteran and was buried in the Henderson, North Carolina region as a veteran in a military cemetery and so forth. So I got a lot of stuff from Eric Anderson and people at PUC who knew him and who had, some of his archival materials and so forth. So beyond that, I didn't know Fred. I knew him passively as a fellow scholar and quite intensely as a subject of my investigation before I published the condensation of his work. Fred was a churchman. I think that the church decided to have this done. The first one to get the nod was a fellow Australian, actually, and that was suddenly the name has escaped me. He went back to Avondale and was president and couldn't take on the assignment about 1980.
Was that Cox?
Yeah, Jim Cox.
Jim Cox.
Jim Cox was my professor in New Testament. I had a wonderful experience in New Testament studies at Andrews in those days. Andrews was not always then the way it is now. And New Testament was an island of scholarly achievement and credibility and so forth. And Cox was one of those. He had a degree from Harvard. It also had Sakai Kubo in there from Chicago, Harold Weiss from Duke, and these guys, and Earl Hilgert, who was still teaching a little bit, even though he was vice president. He had come, of course, from Basel in Europe. These were the people that enabled me to be able to walk into the University of Chicago and pick up the program without dropping a beat.
Right.
I credit them with preparing me for that work. And Jim Cox was certainly one of those. But in the spring of 1980, I think it was, there was a meeting held in Glendale, California. It was about what to do regarding the literary borrowing thing. And I think what stimulated it was the publication of material by Walter Ray,
yes,
who then was a pastor in Long Beach in California. When most of the early stuff about Ellen White and literary borrowing had to do with Ellen White's writing in The Great Controversy and previous materials in Spirit of Prophecy, Volume 4. and maybe some stuff like on health that Numbers had come up with and so forth. But it was quite focused on those kinds of things. As I think as long as the church was dealing with Ellen White in those contexts, it was not nervous. But when Walter Ray began pointing out how Ellen White, in writing on the life of Christ, was also using other people, I think it totally freaked them out. And I think that is what stimulated Veltman's work. Jim Cox was supposed to do it. Veltman was actually at the meeting in Glendale, and one of the actions they took was for the church to appoint somebody to work with Elder Ray. That's actually in the action, to work with Elder Ray. That says to me they were concerned about what Ray was coming up with, and not with what others like McAdams and so forth were coming up with on Ellen White, writing on the Protestant Reformation and so forth. That was important, but they didn't consider it a big deal. I've talked to Glenn Coe about this, who was with Spectrum Adventist Forum at the time. He doesn't quite see it that way, but I think he's a little defensive even today on it. But I'm fully convinced that when Walter Ray went public with his stuff, that turned the table. And so, Veltman was one. He was safe, but he was well educated. And some of his stuff was a little hokey, I thought. I pointed this out in my review of Fred's work. He has a section on redaction criticism. He calls it redaction analysis in each one of the 15 analytical chapters. And he quotes my Chicago professor, Norman Perrin, who wrote a book on what is redaction criticism. But I don't think Fred understood redaction criticism. He thinks redaction criticism was simply the way you organize stuff. Well, that may be one little small part of it. Redaction simply has to do with one writer editing the work of another as they incorporate it into a new work. You have redaction criticism going on in Matthew and Luke with regard to Mark and Q. That's redaction criticism. It has to do with viewpoints of the writer, the redactor or editor that is being featured, has to do with timing and with what's emphasized and order of things and so forth. A little bit of what Fred was doing, but nothing remotely close to redaction criticism, even though he called it that. So Fred was educated in these things, but wasn't really a practicing scholar in a lot of it. He had written a dissertation, I think, on the speeches in the book of Acts. So he had some, understanding of Luke, Acts, I guess. So he would have had to do that to write that stuff. But Fred was essentially a churchman, and it pained him deeply to come up with the findings that he did.
Yes.
But he had a method that simply focused on words, and he was able to say Ellen White, used other people's work to significant degrees only about 31% of the time.
Yeah.
And this is where I think Fred's orthodoxy got in the way of his objectivity.
Yes.
And so, I don't think Fred would have ever written a document for, Spectrum on the Adventist Bible commentary utilizing the works of Ellen White as authoritative exegesis of the book of the Bible. Now, let me say this. This is not for public, but I guess my saying it makes it public. But you can look yourself at Ray Cottrell. You mentioned Ray. At Ray Cottrell's article in Spectrum, 1985, The Untold Story of the Bible Commentary. And Fred and Cottrell is the one who has the statement that the commentary, according to Nickel, was not to have anything that could be perceived as contrary to the writings of Ellen White. As an appendix to that piece, he listed all the writers of the Bible commentary. And he himself wrote the Synoptic Gospels. and about the first 6 chapters of the Gospel of John. That's he admits to that in there. He's not admitting to anything, he's just putting the list together. But it's the same, he is also listed in my list from Earl Hilgert and this list from Siegfried Horn that I've seen. So you see, but what you get is you get the anguished Ray Cottrell writing there, that he demonstrates in that piece, the section of that piece where he deals with Ellen White in Spectrum. Because he said he and Don Neufeld struggled daily over how to deal with these kinds of things. And they finally came up with a kind of hermeneutic, I guess, for handling it. And it was that Ellen White wrote these things for homiletical reasons, for pastoral reasons. And she does. Every one of these articles has huge amount of material of application to people's lives. There's no question about that. But she also engaged in biblical fiction. And when she told a story, she could have gotten all the lessons out of it that she wanted to, as long as she stayed with the Bible. But she told stories and embellished stories in ways that transcended Scripture. And that kind of material, even in Ray Cottrell, found its way into the Adventist Bible commentary.
That's incredible. That the actual extra biblical fiction found its way into the narrative of Adventism's version of the Bible.
Yeah.
Which I think we touched on yesterday, and where I really wanted to spend some time on today as well, that's the main crime. You know, instead of looking at the theory and the numbers and the maths, and there's 31% of this and 2.5% of verbatim and all of that kind of approach, it is clear that she, and I think you mentioned words like historical fiction and biblical fiction, it's clear that she added tremendously to the overall view of the Bible. In an interview program you did for AT, Lauren Seibold asked you about that and said, isn't it normal for people to add their own artistic license? You had a really great response to that. Can you share your thoughts on why this may be more serious than just artistic license being infused into a conversation?
I wish I could remember what I said on that occasion. I don't, but
yeah,
I would say that this is partly Ellen White's fault for allowing it to happen, I think, but it is not entirely her fault. It's Ted Wilson's fault. It's the fault of pastors in the pulpit. It's the fault of evangelists. It's even the fault of Adventist scholars, I think, for maintaining the mythology that Ellen White has the last word on things. It's the fault of the Adventist Bible commentary, which I determine is not commentary at all. It is not a commentary, because a commentary has to be true to the biblical text that it is trying to expound.
Yeah.
This is not.
Yes.
So it invalidates it. And you know, it's Francis Nichols' fault.
Yeah.
You know, for establishing those criteria for the Adventist commentary. So that's what I see. I mean, Ellen is to blame because she's the one who did all of this stuff. But other people share in that, if not more to blame, by perpetuating the notion.
Yeah.
Ellen White has been gone for over 100 years. And the view of Ellen White today is as strong or stronger on these matters than it was even then.
Yeah. And what I've discovered, in my 500 plus interviews is that sadly the scholars and academics, progressive Adventists, gospel Adventists have contributed to this false view of Ellen. They've wanted to not do that, but ironically, they have, by revealing her on the one hand, and then on the other, trying to reclaim her or revise her in ways that don't. I love what you said earlier. Accept her as formative but not normative, and to do that, you actually have to jettison much of what has been accepted as her teachings, brought into the current day, celebrated by promoting the Great Controversy book, giving away millions of copies. So yeah, I believe that they have also contributed to this muddying of the waters and fantasizing and Ellen White in ways, elevating her fiction as being okay.
Yeah, well, it's I think, Ellen has always said they shouldn't use my writings for this. In the Fundamental Belief 18, it has the statement, we have our beliefs on the Bible and the Bible only. But Ellen White has prophetic authority. That language is found in the statement. So you can't have it both ways.
That's exactly.
And the prophetic authority is what trumps everything, is what dominates.
See, that's what annoys me when the scholars and academics and the progressive Adventist apologists say to me, well, Ellen White herself said, if it's not in the Bible and what I've said, we'll go with the Bible. But that's not how it plays out in reality.
Right. And when they were talking about the sanctuary issue, they came to certain elements of it, even in the first of those two statements. They jumped ahead and anticipated the role of Ellen White in establishing this. That's quite clear as you read that whole thing.
Yeah.
Now, I was, of course, obviously, I've heard all of this, and the notion that Ellen White constantly said her writings were not to be used, or her ministry was not to be used to establish doctrine.
Yeah.
Well, there was one thing that she wrote in about 1906, not too long, a few years before she died, within 10 years. And she was reminiscing about the days after the Great Disappointment. I can find the expression, the statement, if you wish. But in it, she says, we were perplexed. We were devastated, or, stuff to that effect. And we'd stay up sometimes all night, searching the scriptures, trying to find a way forward. And she said, we couldn't. But then she said, in the morning, I would be taken off in vision. Or in the morning, I would receive light as to what the truth was. And I would share that, and it helped us to move forward. So this notion of Ellen being distant from all the doctrinal formation on anything that was of any significance, I think she was at the very heart of it.
Amen. She was. It's disingenuous to say that. And the church wrote, the GC in a comment or whatever they released, they put the GC reaffirms Ellen White's authority in 2015, and they said that rather than replacing the Bible, they uplift scripture and correct inaccurate interpretations of it derived from tradition, human reason, personal experience, and modern culture. And it disturbs me that that a lot of these guys that are in this book are, on the one hand, saying let's not do that, but the mothership, the power, the leadership, the source material, Ellen White herself, does the exact opposite. And again, I mean, who gets to decide what parts are correct or incorrect? She does.
You see, I think what happened with that book, I was there when they talked about, putting out a book, hoping to put out a book. They were talking about it while the conference was wrapping up, and even while it was going on. And the philosophy behind that, largely driven by Eric Anderson, who edited it and who, in fact, chaired the whole conference. The philosophy behind it, this was, we need to have some way of preserving Ellen White for the church of the future. But we have to say this in such a way that it will be acceptable. So that was the compromise that was stated as the philosophical basis for the whole publication. Now, you won't likely hear that in a presentation by anybody, but that was it. And so there's an effort to reclaim the prophet. When I was arguing that we need to jettison the prophet, we need to replace the prophet, we need to recognize the prophet for what the person was as a founder, but not as a continuing source of authority in the church on functional matters and doctrinal matters or biblical interpretation.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, to me, it goes back to my sort of scientific bias.
Yeah.
You know, when I was going to come out of high school as a chemistry major,
Yeah.
to me, evidence and reason are extremely important.
Yeah.
They are the drivers for everything that I do.
See, I've been disappointed with these guys because when I was young, the church split and all the youth leaders, literally here in Kurrambong, 2 minutes from Avondale, now University, I noticed a massive reduction in youth events because all the young pastors left. We went from a vibrant Adventist cultural and theological community that was open to robust conversations. The CBs lived down the road this way. The Norm Youngs lived down the road that way. The college church, it was called, the Memorial Church at the end of the road was more conservative. And there was a lot of biffo. There was a lot of to and froing. There was a lot of nasty things said and done. But generally speaking, there was a healthy community still surviving underneath all of that. We went from this vibrant youth community to all of a sudden gone. And I remember noting that the highlight of the youth calendar was table tennis night once a month on a Tuesday. And I literally, as a young person, noticed this change, and I knew that it was something to do with theology, and I knew it was to do with Fordites and CBs. But what has upset me and made me feel let down, to be honest, is the very people that stayed, the young people that are now the authors of the essays in this book. They offered this hope to me, and I stayed in the church till I was 54 because of the ongoing hope that the academics and scholars, the good guys, provided. And what I've realized is that they were really offering me false hope. And my generation tried, and we believed that once we got into positions of power and authority, we would be able to change things. We couldn't. And so, essentially I did what you did. I wanted to stay. I wanted to offer support to young people. I wanted to, my big shtick is to say, think for yourself. Use the gray matter that God has given you to draw your own conclusions once you've looked at the empirical data. And like you, I feel that there was some success in that. People have commented that thank you for, presenting data to me that makes me think about things. But ultimately, to present material that says we can reclaim or revise the situation is never going to change. And I just feel that the people who are doing that they're flogging a dead horse. They need to be more open and authentic about where they're going. But I've realized that when I watched that AT presentation where all these guys were on a panel talking about this, I realized that they actually do see Ellen White as normative, but in a perhaps watered down way. And I thought, wow, these guys love Ellen like people love Elvis. There's something bewitching about her that has captured their hearts and minds, and so they seem to be dedicated to spending their whole lives defending a false narrative, a normative Ellen, and chasing a belief that unicorns exist. And
You
I
want me
just
to
found it
say,
very troubling.
do you want me to say something about that essay book a little bit?
Yes, so we're going to go to that now. But yeah, what do you think about what I said though? Like,
Well, I agree with that. What you're saying is how I felt when I was at that event at PUC,
mm,
and I knew what they were going to publish. I also knew that I didn't want any part of it because it didn't represent my perspective.
mm, mm,
Larry Garrity and Ron Grable were writing a chapter on the fundamental belief statement, and Larry asked me for my article, and he liked it, but I don't think he could use it.
yeah, exactly. And even that Oak and Acorn wouldn't, they are the icons of Adventist liberalism and freedom of speech. Even that they
Yeah,
cut out your chapter 10, I just find very troubling.
yeah, it was it was really quite interesting. I decided to put a couple of little pieces at the end to fill out the book. One of them was about Ellen White 2.0, that I entitled Ellen White Revidivus, returned, uh, and then we put a question mark, and then the subtitle was "She emailed me," and so funny. I was reading in the Catholic Biblical Quarterly an article about the Transfiguration, actually, and so in it there was a guy who was arguing that the the literary structure of that account in the New Testament, probably Mark's account, had some basis in the so-called Counsel of Yahweh from the Old Testament, and apparently that was the subject of this woman's dissertation, and she published it later from the University of Toronto, uh, University was St. Michael's, part of the University of Toronto, and she uh, her name was she when she got her master's degree, MDiv, at a Baptist seminary or something. Her name was Marilyn Ellen White. That was her given name, Marilyn Ellen White. And so when she went to Toronto, she dropped the Marilyn, and she became Ellen White, and she also became a Catholic, and became a Dominican, actually. But then later on, she married a Lutheran and joined the Lutheran church. So she's all messed up. But anyway, she was an archaeologist. She had some experience in the Middle East. She was a professor of Old Testament. She published various kinds of things and so forth. And then when she went to Germany, she started working for a group that would help people writing English language dissertations who didn't know English very well, and so they help them with the taking their ideas and putting it into proper English. That's the job that she has now. So my wife came up with the notion that she was Ellen White 2.0. So I thought, well, that's kind of cool. So I set out that piece talking about Ellen White 1.0 and 2.0, and it was just a fun piece.
Yeah.
They thought it was too frivolous, going from one extreme to the other at Oak and Acorn, but they finally saw my point and decided to publish it at the end of that. But where the title comes from is another article altogether. And I was going to publish that, if I could, in some journal on early American Black history. And I may still do that sometime, I don't know. But how I got into that was I was reading in a sort of non-Adventist, Adventist website, attacking Adventists or talking negatively about Adventist teachings or doctrines or whatever. And they quoted something in there, a statement of Ellen White I'd never heard before. And I was blown away by it. And the statement said something like this. This is my own recollection of it. Your responsibility, Ellen said to whoever was reading, I guess, is to prepare to go to heaven, where there will be no color line, and all will be as white as Christ himself.
And she's
And I
not
thought to
being
myself,
metaphorical, is she?
what
She's not
in-
saying white as in unblemished by sin. She's literally meaning skin color, do you think?
Well, that's what she said. That's what she said. She actually used the word color line in the sentence,
Yeah.
which in the 19th century was clearly understood as referring to the issue of racism. So I thought, I got to find this thing. I started looking around for it. It took me a long time to find it because they indicated it came from somewhere and it wasn't there at all. I had to find it somewhere else. And I just ran into it. It was associated, I discovered somewhere along the line, it was associated with Vicksburg, Mississippi. And the date of it was about 1901. And so I started looking at newspapers in Vicksburg, Mississippi. I started looking at Edson White's publications from the Morning Star floating around doing medical and educational work in Mississippi. And I found a statement, an article in Willie's or Edson's piece that his mother was going to go to the General Conference session, 1901, remember? General Conference session in Battle Creek. And she had just come back August or something before from Australia. So she was in Northern California, in Elms Haven. She went down to Southern California and caught the train, the Southern Pacific Railroad, across the southern part of the United States, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and into Louisiana, and across into Mississippi, and landed and Edson said she's coming on the way to the GC session. We've invited her and she's agreed. And so he kept in his newspaper that he put out called the Gospel Herald, he kept writing about this, how she was coming. Finally, I found in his paper that she had been there. And on the 16th of March of that year, she had spoken to a Black congregation on Saturday morning in Vicksburg, a fairly new church that had been developed. The dedication was going to be held the next day, which it was. I mentioned this to Ron Grable at one point. He said he got it all confused in his book. He mixed up the Saturday event and the Sunday event as all happening on Sunday. Not true. It happened on 2 different days. And so in the March issue of Edson's Morning Star, he included the transcript of Ellen White's sermon. Now, I don't know if he got a transcript from her, if somebody took it down or whatever, but it was published as Ellen White's sermon. And it was called Trust in God. And Ellen starts out by saying, I'm going to talk to you today about John chapter 14. In my Father's house are many mansions in King James Version, and so on. Jesus is going to leave them and he's going to come back. And the disciples are concerned about this. They're questioning him on this, that, and the other. And she went through virtually every single line of that chapter in her sermon, most of it in order, and all but 1 or 2 places she quoted the text accurately. But her whole idea was on turning the plight of their Black experience after the Civil War, after the Reconstruction period and everything, in Mississippi, the most racist place in the country at the time. She was saying to them, don't turn your problems over to preachers and other kind of people. trust in God. She didn't show any interest in or mention anything about their plight, be it educational, sociological, economic, or whatever. But she simply said, you know, your whole business is to get ready for heaven. And it's in that setting where she finally said toward the end of this, your whole purpose is to get ready to go to heaven, where there will be no color line, and all will be as white as Christ himself. Now, some people, I shared this with, I wanted the context of it. I wanted anything they had in the vault at the White Estate. I sent information to them. They wouldn't send me anything at all, except the person in charge there did call me and off the record told me some things. He said, we have a copy of Ellen White's speech, was published in another venue by them as a manuscript, and we have her handwritten annotations on it. I said, can you send me a copy of that? No, we can't send it out. He said, but I will send. He said, I will. But he sent in an email all of her notations. And none of them had to do with this statement. So when Ellen had a chance to work this thing over at one point, she didn't change that. It stood just as she said. And this guy came back and he said, well, of course, we understand white here is in the book of Revelation, symbol of purity and so forth. And I'm saying to myself, that's complete bullshit.
Wow.
Because it is not having anything to do with that. The moment you mention no color line, you're automatically dealing with a racial issue.
Yes.
And this is a speech to a group of Black people.
Yeah.
So all of this together. So I said to myself, wow, that's amazing. I finally found where this thing came from. I finally found the speech, and I was going to publish an article about it. And then I said, I wonder what life was like in Mississippi in those days. Vicksburg was one of the centers of the American Revolution. Some important battles happened around there. It was right on the edge of the Mississippi until later, you know, with some climate changes and so on, the track of the Mississippi changed a bit and it moved away from the city a bit. So I read in everything I could get my hands on Mississippi in those days, and Vicksburg in particular. I read the 1900 census report of the United States government as it pertained to Mississippi. You know, so I was getting a real feel for what was going on in this place. And somewhere along the line, I discovered that a woman named Margaret Murray Washington was coming to Vicksburg at the end of the year and was promoting the work of African American women's clubs. Now, this woman was not a Seventh-day Adventist, had no connection with Adventism at all. She had been enslaved with her mother. Her mother was married to an Irishman who worked on the railroad, and the mother and maybe some other of her kids were enslaved, and they were. Margaret was born around 1861 or so. So she was quite young when the emancipation occurred in 1865. Her mother, uneducated, was liberated, and she lived with her children. By then, her husband had died, so she was a widow, and she tried to raise her kids to all be educated. She sent Margaret off to school and to live with a Quaker family for a number of years, where she was really educated in the arts and classically and so forth, and then went to Fisk University in Nashville, and she was there for about 4 years, and she majored in English. She got a degree in English literature. She was one of the editors of the student newspaper, along with one guy who was ended up being one of the civil rights leaders of that day. I've forgotten his name right now. But at her graduation, Booker T. Washington was one of the featured speakers. And he met with these students for lunch or something in advance of this. And he was impressed with Margaret Murray, was her name, and invited her to go to Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, the next state east. He had established this as a place for Black people to raise themselves up in their society. And that was one of the self-elevation thing was what he stood for. Not all the civil rights leaders believed that back in those days, including the guy that Margaret worked with on the newspaper. But he invited her to go to Vicksburg, I mean to Tuskegee and work there as a teacher. And she accepted, and she went there. And by that time, he was a widower for the second time. His first two wives had died. And she became romantically involved with him over the next several months, and they eventually got married. So her name became, ever after, Margaret Murray Washington, the wife of Booker T. You see how this is interesting stuff?
Yes.
And so I learned how she was going to make it. While Booker T would be having meetings with male farmers and so forth about elevating their status, she would meet with the wives of these farmers and tell them that, the real development of their race was going to come only when the women, i.e. mothers and wives, got seriously involved in this, training their children in the right kind of way, dealing with the issues of imprisonment and so forth for their young men and so forth. So one of the earliest of the civil rights activities had to do with the organization of women throughout the United States. Margaret Murray Washington was the head of the organization in the South. And there was a meeting to be held in Vicksburg in December, the last weekend in December of 1901, in which she was going to be meeting with some of the organizers and people trying to do some local kinds of stuff. But as it turned out, she went there a few days early. These meetings began maybe Tuesday or something of the last week of December. And on Sunday, she spoke in 4 Black congregations, non-Adventist Protestant congregations. Now here, Ellen White had spoken to a Black congregation in March. And she said the people should trust God, and that's the way they should get out of their plight. Margaret Washington comes in there, and she gives a speech called Women's Work. I couldn't find that for a long time. I finally found it in a local newspaper of Vicksburg. They didn't publish it until 3 or 4 weeks after she had been there. And I finally was able to find that. There's one line kind of obliterated in it, but other than that, the whole speech is there. It's a lot shorter than Ellen's speech. It's focused on Black people and what they do for themselves. Margaret Washington's speech is called Women's Work. So women, she's encouraging them to clean their household, run a clean household, train their children properly, make sure they know how to read and write and get a proper education and so forth. And that will be the future of the race. That's what she was saying. Well, I read this and I was blown away. I thought, here are 2 women coming from outside of Vicksburg in the same year, dealing with the same kind of people, Black, formerly enslaved people. This is only 35 years after the emancipation. So some of these people had been enslaved. Wow. And others were the descendants of slaves. Pretty well everybody was in one of those categories. And so here one of them is saying, you need to trust in God. And the other one is saying, quoting from scripture and so on, but still saying to them, look, you need to take responsibility for this and make a difference in your lives. And I thought to myself, those are the 2 tales of one city.
Right.
And that's what I uh, that's what I thought I'd publish in this book. And it was such a powerful experience for me. I decided to use something from it as the title. And the title, that I came up with for the article, of course, for the chapter was A City of Two Tales. Tale one is Ellen White. Tale two is Margaret Murray Washington. And so I leave it up to the reader's judgment as to who is telling them something that's going to make a difference for them. And I quote, of course, Ellen's line in there about the whiteness in heaven, because I go down through and I actually include the language of their entire speeches in there, and comment on parts of it, and so forth. So obviously that line is in there, but that's the story of that thing.
Makes a lot of sense now.
I thought it deserved to have a little explanation as to, because it's an unusual title, but it is a meaningful title in that there is one city and there are two tales instead of the tale of two cities. This is a city of two tales, and it really focuses on the radically different kind of message that is given to the same kind of people within 9 months of each other.
Okay, so that really puts it into the setting now. It's funny, I mentioned to you the other day that I've ordered the book on Amazon. It's going to arrive today, actually. We're April 10 here, and you sent through a PDF, but I wasn't able to get enough into it to fully realize. So that has really set the scene for me now to really enjoy reading the book.
See, that the rest of the book is more technical essays on Ellen White's writings and stuff like this. This is a human interest story, I think, and it's really well researched. I found stuff in here that even Margaret Washington's recent biographer didn't know. I found out who this biographer was. She used to work at Tuskegee, what is now University. But in the last 2-3 years, transferred to the University of West Virginia, where she's in the history department. So I wrote to her and I had some questions about about Margaret Washington's visit there in Vicksburg. And she wrote back to me. She said, "I've heard about this, but I don't have anything on it at all." And there's nothing on it in the book. And of course, she didn't have access to the speech or anything, So
wow,
this was tough. This was tough sledding to try to nail down.
You've done very well. I want to encourage people. It's available now as Kindle. I wanted to get an actual hard copy, so I've ordered that and 4 other books actually. So Amazon has given me free postage from US to Kurrambong. But we're talking about this book. I encourage people to go and buy it any which way you like. And also we've been discussing The Desire of Ages and its sources, which is an incredibly important book if you're interested in understanding Ellen White's plagiarism, borrowing, etc. And it's a condensed version of Fred Veltman's report, which was sanctioned by the church. And
I think I had never really thought about this before, but I think you're right in describing the tale of two cities, etc., as a kind of sequel.
Yes.
Because the stuff we did on that first book is Veltman put into readable form, getting in there that Veltman hasn't done. This is all Veltman. It's just our words of what Veltman was saying.
Yes.
The other book takes Veltman seriously in several respects. Number one, it takes him seriously that you must go beyond verbal comparisons, and you must look at ideas and contents and general flow of things, which is what I do in at least one of those articles, and every one on the Christ object lessons, the McDuff piece. Also, it by doing the Macduff piece, I'm into some stuff that Veltman, of course, wouldn't have gotten into because it wasn't in Desire of Ages. It was in Christ Object Lessons, not
Yeah.
Desire of Ages. So Fred didn't have anything to do with that. Originally, he was to do all 87 chapters of Desire of Ages, as well as Thoughts from the Mount of Blessing and Christ's Object Lessons. But he said, I can't even do all the Desire of Ages. So he quickly decided he
Just
would
15.
limit it. So that's a sequel to some extent of Veltman as well. And then the notion that Ellen White was introducing, he notes that Ellen White sometimes fictionalized stories, but he didn't go into much depth on it. I tried to do that in a much more tangible kind of way in that book. I think the third thing that one might read, if you're going to read a sequence, would be maybe to look at Veltman, then look at that essay book, and then look at my article in Spectrum that came out last fall on Ellen White, on the Adventist Bible Commentary and Ellen White's extra biblical materials. That sort of is the trajectory of my thinking on the whole thing.
Right.
Now, the stuff I have on, in Europe being considered by Brill right now, if it mentions Adventism at all, it's very, very minor, and for the most part doesn't. I have written some articles from an Adventist perspective on some of these, like the great comma controversy dealing with Jesus and his statement to the so-called thief on the cross next to him. Where does the comma go with the word Sameron today?
Yeah.
Now, I showed that this has been a passion of Adventists since the middle of the 1850s, and the language up to until today and the interpretation hasn't materially changed. The idea is the King James version was influenced by the translators were influenced by state of the dead, immortality of the soul ideas, and so they came up with the translation the way they did. And of course, I don't deal with that sort of thing. Even the Adventist Bible Commentary makes that kind of statement. When they say the Greek didn't have punctuation, it really could, the comma could go either side of Sameron as far as Greek grammar and syntax is concerned. Absolutely true. But the thing that I did in that study that I didn't do in the Adventist thing, which was mainly just tracing Adventist view of this, in the more general study, I note that this is part of what I call a certainty declaration or statement. And it's one in which in the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus is quoted many times as saying, "Truly I say to you," King James, "Verily I say to you." In the fourth gospel, it's "Verily, verily I say unto you," always doubled up like that. But these are always placed on the lips of Jesus. The only possible exception is the man who meets the 5 foolish virgins at the door, and it says, "Truly I say to you, I never knew you," or "don't know you," or something. But the parable is told by Jesus.
Yeah.
So it goes back to Jesus anyway. So I said to myself, I think the answer might lie in how this formula is used in its 77 or 78 uses in the Gospels. So I examined every one of those, particularly those that had adverbs like the word Sameron, and one of them actually uses Sameron, and some use other time-related adverbs and so forth. And all the adverbs and all the time-related items in there have to do with the statement and not the formula. So it's not "truly I say to you today," comma, "you'll be with me in paradise." It has to be "truly I say to you," comma, today you'll be with me in paradise. Not only does that make more sense in the text, but that's what's demonstrated when you examine the formulas. And not only have Adventists not looked at the formulas,
Yeah.
but virtually no other commentator has ever looked at the formula. So
That's mind blowing.
that book is, if they publish that, it'll be made up of essays like that, which are dealing with the straight up exegetical issues on the text. In other words, I do deal with that, and I also deal with the one that I have in that essay book about the resurrection of the dead saints at the time of Jesus' death. But I don't go into anything about Ellen working with it, or her adding the episodes of them being resurrected, them ascending to heaven with him and so forth. So that's purely done on the basis of structural analysis of the material and some text critical stuff and what have you. And I have what I propose an answer to, what's going on in that particular text. And so that book is made up of pieces like that. They're straight up stuff that at the end of the day, I really know much more about that than any of these things about Adventist history. But because I approach the biblical text that way, I have to approach all information and knowledge that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's that scientific measured approach that we were talking about. To kind of wrap up, there's two things I wanted to talk about. You mentioned in the AT, the Adventist Today message, or whatever they call it. And I just want to say that Adventist Today do a fantastic work. I really see a lot of value in what Lauren does. I don't totally agree with his position on things. He wouldn't agree with mine, I'm sure. But I love the platform and his willingness to be so bold about discussing a lot of these topics. And in this particular program, you mentioned a lady, I can't remember her name, her last name, but her first name was Ruth, and she'd written something in the 50s or 60s about the comparison of the work of Milton, Paradise Lost, and Ellen G. White. I think you even said that you might be able to email that article to people if they requested it. I'd love a copy of that myself. But can you tell us a bit about Ruth and what that is all about?
Yeah, that's another one, Peter, that I edited and published on Internet Archive. It's available there, so you can get it directly from there.
So
read it online.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Internetarchive.org is the full title of the thing. But if you just, on my computer, if I just put A down, because I use it so much, archive pops up.org.
Oh, yeah, there.
Anyway, her name is Ruth Elizabeth Bergeson. Burguson, Bergeson, Ruth Elizabeth Bergeson. I discovered in getting into this, how I found out about it. I was doing some searching online about some stuff relating to Ellen White, and I found somebody had a dissertation on Ellen White and Milton. Actually, there was a dissertation on Milton that mentioned Adventism, but the most important aspect of it was in talking about Ellen White. The guy's name is Ian Bickford, and Ian Bickford did this. He had been married to an Adventist person, so he knew about Ellen White, but they weren't married then, and so the fact that she had been an Adventist had nothing to do with his work, I don't think, except maybe he recognized some similarity, because he discovered in working on a dissertation at New York City University, in a PhD dissertation in Milton studies, he recognized that Milton was a darling of American readers, and maybe other parts of the world too, but he was focusing on the United States. And he said, in particular, he had an impact on religious readers. And he said Seventh-day Adventists in particular seem to have had a special fascination with him. And Milton's understanding of the world and Adventist understanding of world missions, he claimed, were basically identical. But in the course of exploring that whole thesis, he said he had found a work by Ruth Elizabeth Bergeson, and he quoted some stuff from it. And I said to myself, I've never heard of this. 1957, it was a Master of Arts thesis that she did at PUC. And so I got to looking into it. I checked with my friends Grable and Butler, and so yeah, we've heard about that, but we've never seen it. I said, okay, I'm going to see if I can get a copy of it. So I spent time. Denny Fortin found a copy at Andrews, but it wasn't a very good one. I finally got a really good copy of it from PUC, from Eric Anderson in their archives there, and I had it in PDF form, so I could go through it. I looked up all of the materials from Milton that she was quoting, and it's very tough going because Milton was writing in 16th century UK English, and it's in a kind of free verse poetry. So you have a double whammy of trying to figure out, and the spelling, three things, the spelling is quite different in many cases. So I went through every single quotation to determine, first of all, what Milton had said, and I corrected some of the stuff in Bergeson's piece to what I was reading in Milton, and so forth. She came to the conclusion that Ellen White had made use of Milton in the writing of Patriarchs and Prophets. Now, she didn't have access to the earlier materials. So sometime I may do some work on that, looking at spiritual gifts from 1858 and volume 1, and then Spirit of Prophecy in the 1870s, because that much I learned from Veltman. It's important to look at the textual tradition, as Veltman called it. And I recognize the need for doing that before making some kind of judgment on Ellen White and Milton. But Bergeson was absolutely convinced that Milton had impacted Ellen White, but she didn't know how. And she couldn't handle it theologically. She didn't have the theological background, but she came to the conclusion that there was dependence there in some way or another, but it confused her and she couldn't solve it. And that's how her thesis ends, actually. So Ellen is writing Spiritual Gifts, Book 1, after her Lovett's Grove vision in 1858. And there's a book by J.H.J.L. Hastings, I think it is, called The Great Controversy, written in the same year. It was noted in the Adventist Review in January or something, or sometime in the spring of that year. Give a little blurb about it. This guy had written for some Adventist publications at some points in time, so he was known to them as an author. And so here he had written a book called The Great Controversy Between God and Man. It's a slightly different title than Ellen's. But I'm convinced to this day that Ellen got the title, The Great Controversy, from Hastings. And but some people have tried to show that she used Hastings' work in her work. I don't think that's the case. I don't see that, I don't find it there. But I do feel as though after the review published a little blurb about Hastings' work called The Great Controversy Between God and Man, Ellen began going around giving her Lovett's Grove vision in various places. And J.N. Andrews heard it one time. He went to Ellen and he said, "Have you ever read John Milton?" She said, "No." But he said, "Well, a lot of what you're talking about is in Milton's Paradise Lost." She said, "I don't know that." And so and this story didn't come out until about 1930, before Willie White died when he was very old. So who knows what actually went on back then in the, in 1858. But so you have Ellen then, during that summer, Ellen completed the work and James began publishing information in the Adventist Review that this book was coming out and taking advanced orders and collecting the dollar or two from people who would get it. And it was called initially the Great Controversy between Christ and Satan. And that didn't turn up until after Hastings' book turned up, as far as I can tell. And I'm convinced that she got that much of the title, at least, from Hastings. The content, however, of a lot of that stuff, I think, probably is stuff that somehow she got from Milton in, I guess it was the 17th century, I guess. But how, I don't know. Hastings might be the key. I don't know. I'm going to look into that sometime. Hastings may be the key because Adventists published Hastings stuff. Adventists read Hastings stuff. And somebody wrote a book about Christian theology, and they put an appendix into it. And it was published, actually, wasn't written by Hastings, but he published the book. His name is on the title page as publisher. And he added an appendix to it that deals with the theological viewpoints of John Milton. And he summarized it in a document. Now, looking for that in Milton, you can't find it. But Milton published a book similar to that. And what I think Hastings did is he took it and made some stuff of his own and published it in this setting. Adventists were very interested in what Hastings did in that sense, and they published his appendix as a separate little work that was available through the Review and Herald publishing office and advertised for years in there. And so, I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Clearly, Bergeson was convinced that Ellen had access to John Milton. I think J.N. Andrews was convinced of that, and he bought her a copy of it. And that's where she took it and put it up on a high shelf above the stove in the kitchen. And that high shelf thing got picked up by Walter Ray and all kinds of people. It was even the name of a chapter of Ian Bickford's dissertation, the high shelf, on the high shelf. It's just interesting imagery that I guess it captured people's attention. Anyway, I could go on talking about Bickford and Bergeson and so on, but I will.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating. June Marie writes, Dr. Trenchard said last night, if I heard correctly, the issue he's addressing is not so much her plagiarism, but the real issue is her lack of exegesis of the text and the extra biblical fiction that's added to biblical narrative. Is that correct?
That's well put. I would totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I think plagiarism is a red herring. I think it's hard to talk about plagiarism in the 19th century when we weren't living there and what the principles and so on were. Maybe she was plagiarizing. She was certainly using the work of others and promoting it as her own. Now, if that's considered plagiarism, that's fine.
That's kind of very definition.
I think it's a complete red herring on the part of the church, particularly the White estate, to say Ellen White was not a plagiarist.
Yeah.
And try to get a Catholic author, Catholic lawyer to come along and say,
Remick.
No, she wasn't a plagiarist. That's a complete red herring. And anybody who really works with this stuff carefully realizes that is the case.
Yeah.
But whether Ellen was using other people, in fact, Fred Veltman didn't agree with the plagiarism thing either.
Yeah.
I fully accept that notion. And, I have moved not only from the Ellen White's use of materials from others to Ellen White's fictional elaboration of the biblical text. but I've moved into looking at who is using Ellen White authoritatively. And to find the Adventist commentary doing that was sort of the cherry on the Sunday, I think, or something.
Yeah. So final thought for today, and I feel like we've just scratched the surface. So I just want to say thank you so much for being on the program. We've really enjoyed it. It's stimulated some great conversation, and I think there's a lot of people. We overnight we had over 800 people watch last night's program, even though we had some technical issues. So a lot of people have raised this. I think it was raised on a couple of programs you've done as well. In the Bible, sorry, just trying to bring it up here. Just be patient with me for a moment. A button's not working like it should, but it will in a moment. Let's try that again. In the Bible, Paul addresses this issue in Galatians 1:8-9, where he states that even if he himself, one of his co-workers or an angel from heaven, brings a gospel contrary to the one he originally preached, they are to be under a curse. In light of all that you've said and the many ways that Ellen seems to have created a biblical fiction added to the Bible, what are your thoughts on what Paul says? Like, does that put Ellen White into that category of someone to be cursed or accursed?
I don't know that I would venture an opinion on that. Paul obviously has got an idea about what the gospel is. He refers to it as my gospel in the letter to the Romans. And it's interesting that you have as titles of the 4 canonical gospels, the word to euangelion kata markan, for example, the gospel according to Mark, the gospel according to Matthew, according to Luke, according to John. And so in Paul, you've got essentially the gospel according to Paul. And one has to understand, I think, that these don't always say the same thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a gospel according to Q as well. We don't have that as a document, but we have evidence of a source that lay behind both Matthew and Luke that was not in Mark. And I've spent a lot of time with that recently. Just wrote a short piece on how the unit in the 4th gospel of Jesus healing someone in the household of an official in Capernaum, because Jesus healing an official's household member in Capernaum also appears in Q, with similarities in terms of the overall structure of the narrative and with very steep differences, of course. So I've done a tradition analysis piece of that, and I've proposed what I think the original tradition that lies behind Q and probably the signs gospel or the signs source in the 4th gospel, what it might have looked like. It's a very simple kind of statement. And each of them is built, I think, on that. But anyway, that's another matter. Q has an understanding of Jesus. I thought my life's work was going to ultimately be a survey of the New Testament period, tracing the tradition of Jesus, from Jesus of Nazareth to Son of God. And that tracing would go from Q to the 4th gospel. You get a totally different Jesus in the Gospel of John than you get in some of these primitive materials that apparently Matthew and Luke had access to. Matthew in Q, if we can believe the reconstruction of Q by James Robinson and others. In Q, we do not have the word Christos used, or the word Messias, Christ or Messiah, not used. And the word Lord is used mainly in the sense of the master of a household who has slaves. The word kurios in the New Testament can be used for master who has slaves, and it can be used for the God of heaven. And it's interesting, I gave a talk to a Sabbath group a few weeks ago on the household codes in the book of Colossians, which I think is Deutero-Pauline. I don't think Paul actually wrote that, but anyway, it's written in Paul's name. Somebody from the Pauline community at least seems to have had something to do with it. And there's a, and you know, I wrote, the first thing I wrote for Adventist Today was a piece on this that Lauren published, because he had published something from a guy who had written on it, but the guy had no idea what he was talking about.
Right.
And I tried to be very nice in not condemning him, but I was trying to say to him, this whole thing doesn't hang on the first injunction of wives be subject to your husbands. Because after that, it says, husbands, love your wives. After that, it says, children, obey your parents. And it says, fathers, don't provoke your children. So the father is the quintessential parent in that text. And then the third one is, masters, don't mistreat your slaves. I'm sorry, slaves, obey your masters, and masters don't mistreat your slaves. Now, there you have the whole picture. That's the set of household codes that arose out of Greco-Roman law, what was called the pater familias. Pater, father of the family, the man, head of the family, was one man who filled the role of husband to the wife, whom he owned, essentially, under Roman law. He was the father of children, whom he owned, and he was the master of slaves, whom he owned. So it was a patriarchal system, and it applies to today only to the extent that the entire threefold set of constructions function in our society, which they don't. So that's what I was trying to say to the audience. This was on the website, I think, of A Today. But you have, so I think I got off track here. I think we have, over the span of from what I consider about the 70 years after the time of Jesus that constitute the first century, you have the beginnings of the first primitive little traditions about what Jesus said and did. I think Q is probably not at the earliest of that, but it's relatively early, probably in the 40s of the first century. And then you have the Pauline tradition that begins toward the end of the 40s and through the 50s and is done by AD 60. So I have written a piece called The Sabbath before AD 60. I give it as a speech somewhere one time, but I have an article on this. And my conclusion is that you cannot prove the Sabbath from the New Testament in anything written in the New Testament prior to AD 60. That Mark comes along with it at about AD 70, Matthew and Luke in the 80s of the first century. That's where you have it. And Paul, who wrote in the 50s, Q doesn't have anything on it in the 40s and 50s. Paul, I don't think has anything on it either. Though some people think there's some stuff in Colossians. I don't think that's Pauline, and it's not talking about keeping the Jewish Sabbath anyway, in my judgment. And the stuff in Galatians is very general about the law and not about the Sabbath. You keep days and so forth, but that doesn't say it was the Sabbath. In Romans 14, Paul identifies with the more liberal people in the congregation who are Hellenistic Christians, Gentile Christians and not Jewish Christians. And so they're hung up on, the Jewish Christians are hung up on various food and time-related laws and so forth. So Sabbath may have been part of that, but it's never mentioned by name. And even if it were, Paul doesn't identify with that group. He identifies with the other group. So Paul had his own thing. I mean, you have some very primitive kind of stuff in Mark, and to a somewhat greater extent in Matthew and Luke, and to a large extent in the fourth gospel, about Jesus as a savior, saving you from sin, and being saved by his death and resurrection. That's not very well developed in the synoptic gospels. It's not found at all in Q, but it starts to be found in Paul. So I think we have a different Christianity that emerges into the Gentile world through Paul. And by the time you come to the end of first century, Christianity has largely become non-Jewish. Even the fourth gospel portrays Judaism in a negative kind of light. So the question about Paul and his gospel, in my mind, has to be put in that kind of context. That the development of Christianity is a complex kind of thing. And that by the time you have the synoptic gospels reaching their full publication in the 80s of the first century, you already have Paul out there, who has a different kind. Paul knows nothing about the historical Jesus. You don't know anything about where he came from. Nazareth is never mentioned. You don't have any kind of, his teachings are, there's a few little odds and ends here about things he taught, but they don't typically parallel statements in the Gospels. They are unique pieces of tradition, typically. And there's nothing, you have about the death and resurrection of Jesus, but nothing about the events associated with either. Nothing about his trial, nothing about, who it was that was prosecuting his case, and the role of the Romans, and, and the Jewish leaders and all this stuff. Paul doesn't have anything about any of that. But Paul does develop the notion that through one's belief in the death and especially resurrection of Jesus, one can receive assurance of salvation. Now, that's the Pauline gospel, but that goes beyond what the synoptics present, I think. It's way beyond what Q presents. Q has nothing whatsoever like this. It's much more like the fourth gospel, which I think probably was influenced in some of those Asia Minor communities, like Ephesus and so forth, by the Pauline Christianity. So that is difficult to nail down for me, I think. When Paul says, my gospel, if it's not according to my gospel, then people are accursed. I think what he's saying is not that you have a belief in the historical Jesus, what he said and did and so forth, but you have a belief in essentially the apocalyptic events of his death and resurrection and his expected second coming. Now, his advent, it does tie into some things that are in embryonic form in the synoptic gospels, but not very well developed. The book of Hebrews has more on that than some of the others. But anyway, that's kind of my answer. I can't necessarily say, because of this, Ellen White would fall into that kind of category, because I think the stuff relating to Paul and New Testament period Christianity, that's very complex. And I think we have to recognize some very, very unique differences that are developing through that whole period. And Paul's role in that, I think, is one of those developments.
Even people like, Dr. James Tabor have presented other versions of the gospel as well, which paint a James-led Jesus movement that would have been shocked to hear anything that was Pauline. If you know, in fact, there's some suggestion that James rejected Paul's application for apostle, and it was only cleared up later by Paul himself saying. But my point is, if you've come to a position where Ellen White is formative but not normative, you've dispensed with the notion that she is a prophet. She may have been inspired, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're implying that she wasn't a prophet in the sense of biblical prophets' claims. I assume that Joseph Smith you would see as a false prophet. What tests did you put to the suggestion that Joseph Smith is a prophet that made you say he's not a prophet?
Well, I haven't done that formally. But I would say it resides primarily in the source of his teachings, the nature of his teachings and the source of his teachings, and the fact that they have to create their own sacred books to back up some of these things, I think says a lot.
But isn't that the same as what Ellen's done? She's created extra biblical books like The Great Controversy that in essence are doing what he's done, maybe not as far down the line. I guess I'm trying to say at what point, at what test of a prophet can be used to confirm or deny Ellen as being one or not?
Well, for me, it is the same kind of thing. I mean, if she misrepresents scripture, if she, particularly if she is promoting and supporting doctrinal positions that have no support or feebly supported in scripture, that is a very serious kind of situation.
And wouldn't you say we've established that is the case, and therefore is it the next step to say she is a false prophet?
I don't know who the we is. I mean,
you have
I know where I come from on this, but I can't. It doesn't sound like.
I guess I'm asking for your personal opinion. If you have established that she meets that criteria, what would make you hesitate saying she's a false prophet?
Well, I see where you're coming from on this, and I'm intrigued by and supportive of that kind of notion. I don't like exposing people like Des or Feltman or Ray Cottrell, people who were able to make certain kinds of advances in their time, recognize things, but they could only go so far. I suppose I'm like that. I probably can go only so far. I've gone a lot farther than most of those.
Yeah.
And it's not because that's what I simply set out to do. It's that I'm committed to evidence and interpreting it in rational kinds of ways. I happen to think that the greatest evidence of the image of God in humans is our rationality, our ability to think through situations on our own. I think that is divine-like. I mean, I don't think it's because we have a nose or two eyes, two ears, or that we look like God or he looked like us or whatever.
And I'm not meaning to put you on the spot. I apologize if that's how it came across.
No, that's fine. I need to be able to confront a question like that. And so when I'm saying Ellen White was formative, I'm not willing to claim anything about her that is different from her husband or J.N. Andrews or Uriah Smith, for that matter. But I don't consider Uriah Smith a prophet, or even though Uriah Smith's work on Daniel and Revelation continue to be published today as the gospel truth of apocalyptic literature. I don't accept that
But none
because
of
I
them
don't.
claim to be a prophet, whereas Ellen puts herself in the spirit of
Well,
prophecy basket.
she doesn't typically use that language, but she uses language that would be comparable to that. Messenger
Says
of the
she's more
Lord,
than
servant.
prophet.
Yeah. Uh, so yes,
And the
I
church
don't
would
accept that.
establish that she is their prophet. As a
Yeah,
collective group, Ellen White is seen as a prophet.
right. Well, like I say, I would not have endorsed. I don't endorse the book Reclaiming the Prophet
Mm.
because uh, if anything, it was to be called something like that, I would probably use Replacing the Prophet instead. Uh, so yeah, I mean, Ellen White was a founder of one of the founders of Adventism. Ellen White was a Millerite in many respects to her dying day, right? She was still promoting in Great Controversy, 1911, the divinely led experience of William Miller, coming up with all of his theories about 1844, and as Casebold has pointed out, all the different prophecy lines that that Miller espoused. So the I think this is one of the reasons Ellen doing the same thing is classified by Casebold as the daughter
Yeah,
of William Miller.
it's a great
Now
book.
that's metaphorical, but it's because of things like that. So I'm not willing to go there. I'm willing to say Ellen White, like like John Wesley, was one of the founders of Methodism, and Calvin was one of the founders of the Reform
None of them
movement.
have been placed in a prophetic role, though, by themselves or their movements that grew up
Correct.
from their teaching.
Luther, the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I would see Ellen White in that kind of role, which is not unimportant to me. I think that's important. But I make an important distinction between that and to claim her as a prophet, even to her own day. Um, I think that's problematic. Certainly in our day, it's indispensable. It's indefensible.
Mm.
So, I guess that's the position I've come to.
Mm. Mm. Do you think you
So, I mean,
mentioned?
if you look at, I don't have much of a library anymore because I get so many things online that's available. That's fine. I do have a small library, but I do not have a single book of Ellen White.
Mm.
Not one.
Mm.
I gave my entire collection, many of which I got from my father and mother. I
Mm.
gave my entire collection to the library at La Sierra University. Now they probably just put them out in their book sale because they have all those books there anyway. Uh, I got rid of the Adventist Bible Commentary years ago. And when
Mm.
I was writing about it, I didn't even have a version of it that had page numbers on it. The
Mm.
online version doesn't have page numbers. So I had to call up John Jones and say, John, can you tell me on what page such and such was found before I wrote the article?
Mm.
Now I've figured out I don't have to do that. I just simply say, look at the comments on such and such a verse. And I don't care what the page number is. That's how I cite material from the Adventist commentary. But so uh, I don't have any of Ellen's writings. I can access them online. I can look up any of them that I want to.
Mm.
What's good about that is I can search on the things, and I can search for this, that, and the other that I may be looking for. Um, and that's very helpful. So I'm not one who's intimidated by online publications. I
Mm.
find it a great liberation in many respects.
Mm. Did you get your material on that Internet Archive just by sending it to them and they put it up, or do they have to search and you find that it's there? Is it like
Uh,
Wikipedia?
no, I joined it. I joined Internet Archive. I got an account there, and I
Right.
was using it for some time. And then I had these couple of things that I decided to do. One was the Ruth Elizabeth Bergeson piece,
Mm.
And I can send you the URL to that so you can get it directly online. But I was a good friend of Fred Hoyt. And Fred Hoyt was a historian. He's the one who first found the Piscatacus farmers' report of the Israel Damon trial, where Ellen and James were in. They weren't in the trial, or they weren't present for it, but they were in the event on that Saturday night, which was the focus of the charges and the trial. Um, and So when I came to La Sierra, Fred was one of the people. He had already retired, but Fred was still researching stuff until the day he died in his 90s. In some respects, Fred Hoyt has become a model for me, how to live in retirement, because Fred was doing this stuff all through his life. And a couple of years before he died, he sent me an article that he had written but never published, a paper he had written, and it was about 70 pages long, 75 pages, about the length of that Bergeson piece. And in it, he talks about the Israel Damon affair. He talks about stuff that Bruce Weaver had published in Adventist Currents after Fred. He had found the same thing. Didn't know Fred had found it, but he found it as well. And he published some stuff and went far beyond Fred in the spring of 1988. Hoyt published his stuff in 87. And and Weaver included a lot of stuff about Ellen White's reaction to this in the 1860s, and her totally different viewpoint on the Damon event and the arrest and the trial and all this stuff. And so then who was it? A guy who was head of the White Estate for a while.
Yeah.
Again, his name. I'm doing all of this without any notes today.
You're doing so well.
I have not a note in front of me for anything.
I know, it's incredible.
But the White Estate had a guy who participated in a conference on Ellen White in Australia at Avondale many years ago, 2005 or something like that. And he presented some stuff on the Israel Damon thing over 2 or 3 days. And he insisted on calling him Damon with one M. And no historical document has that, except that's the way Ellen White sometimes refers to him. But anyway, that's the nature of what he did. And he was very critical of Fred Hoyt's work and made no reference to Bruce Weaver at all. And in a sense, Bruce's work was more important than Fred's, even though it wasn't the first. Now, interestingly enough, the first one to publish anything about any of this was Walter Ray.
Yeah.
In a thing called the Perspectives from Glendale, I think it was. And anyway, I published a new transcript of the the Damon trial from the Piscatacus farmer, the actual PDF of that. And it differs somewhat from all 3 of the previous accounts. So after 40 some years, I've suggested to Carpenter that they might want to publish that in Spectrum. Sounds like they will at some point. But anyway, so Hoyt wrote this article about Jim Nix. That's the guy. James Nix was at the White Estate. He was in Australia for this Ellen White conference, and he wrote up what he edited and published on the White Estate website this article. Hoyt read it several years after it was published, and he was livid because Hoyt was a very proud man who was very upset that he wasn't invited to this summit meeting on Ellen White down under, and it goes downhill from there. He could be acerbic when he wrote, and I got a copy of this thing from Fred, and Fred was asking me to help him get it published, but then he died, and I didn't have access to anything about publishing it at the time. He tried to send it to some of the other religion faculty at Glacier, and they kind of blew him off. He sent all kinds of stuff to me, that after he died, I returned to the people that had been managing his archives, and in hopes that maybe they had something that they didn't have, and I didn't follow up to see what happened with it, but I turned it all over. And this article I had turned over as well. And they sent it back to me just not many months ago, saying, this was for you. And Fred had written a letter to me, which they sent to me as well, in which he laid all of this out. So I thought, this is an important piece. This is the last time Fred Hoyt went into print, it seems, talking about the Israel Damon thing. So that's his last word on it. And he's the one who found the thing to begin with. So it deserves to be published. So I was trying to get people to publish it. Nobody wanted to publish it. So I said, well, I'm going to edit the thing, put a preface on it myself, and I'm going to put it on Internet Archive. That's how I ended up doing it. That's the first thing I sent there. And I simply got in touch with them and said, I've got a piece I'd like to send you. Can I send it to you? They said, oh, yeah, sure. Just send it in. It's a PDF thing. And they just simply copied the PDF right onto their website, and it's been available ever since.
Right.
So armed with that, when it came along to Ruth Elizabeth Bergeson's piece, I basically did the same thing. I didn't get in touch with them. I just simply uploaded it there, and it's been there ever since.
Yeah.
Now, in both cases, I sent copies to the Adventist Digital Library at Andrews University. Kevin Burton seems like a decent guy. And I've given him, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. I've just put up on the shared screen
Okay.
The Ruth Bergeson article.
Only one of my earpieces is working.
Oh, the battery might have gone flat.
But that's fine. But anyway, so you can get both Hoyt and Bergeson at either the Adventist Digital Library or at internetarchive.org. It's the same document, same manuscript that I sent to each.
And I just checked the Jim Nix presentation on Israel Damon, 2004, February 2 to 5 at Avondale College. It's online as well.
Yeah, well, that's what Hoyt is reacting to. He gives his own take and does a lot of Weaver-like stuff, talking about Ellen White and all of the different witnesses and and everything of that nature. And he doesn't really. He talked about Nix right at the very beginning, and then he leaves Nix after about half a page, and he doesn't come back to Nix until about halfway through the thing, and then from there to the end, it's just anti-Jim Nix.
Yeah,
and he goes at him in all kinds of directions. One of them, he talks about, he says, scholars don't refer to each other as critics, typically, in a negative sense. And Nix talks about the critics of Ellen White, who have these negative views on the Israel Damon thing and accuse her of lying and so forth, or misrepresenting the truth, at least. And, it's interesting. I've done some crazy stuff. I did some work that somebody suggested to me to look into the impact or the correspondence between William Miller and Moses Stewart, who was a Protestant professor at Andover Seminary, later became Andover Newton in Massachusetts. And he wrote a book on Daniel, and he he took the standard. He in fact is referred to as the father of critical scholarship. Uh, his scholarship and today's scholarship would be vastly different, but it was one that at least made serious advances to try to interact with the text uh, linguistically and contextually and so forth. So in that sense, he's aptly deemed that, but he certainly didn't represent the views that we have today. Um, but anyway, William Miller was aware of a book that he did that was called something about prophecy. And a funny title, I can't remember it right now, but
Hey,
William Miller got.
Warren, just 1 second. Keep talking. I've just got to, the dog's just escaped. I've just got to go and get it back inside. You keep talking. I'll be right back. I've got the volume up loud. I can hear you. Carry on
Okay.
on your own for a moment.
So Miller was concerned about how Moses Stewart had characterized prophecy. He agreed with some of his stuff, and where he disagreed was primarily when Moses Stewart identified the little horn as in Daniel 7 with Antiochus Epiphanes, and the congenial William Miller, and I discovered another piece later that Miller had written about this, and he got more and more divisive and negative about Moses Stewart. But it's interesting that William Miller at least recognized the legitimacy of scholarship, not the conclusions, but the fact of the scholarship of Moses Stewart. And early Adventists Seventh-day Adventists tended to do the same thing. The word critic and criticism, those words were not used in negative senses, the way Jim Nix does in that piece. These words were used to describe scholarship. And in fact, I wrote an article about this for Seibold that he was quite fascinated with. It's not a long piece, but it's dealing with sort of the Adventist history, early history of using the word critic and criticism and critical. These words were used in a very positive kind of way in those days. Not that the writer necessarily agreed, but they respected the seriousness of the work. And when Uriah Smith published his Daniel and Revelation, the definitive edition is 1897, just a little while before Smith died. But early in the 1860s, and maybe toward the end of the 1850s, Smith published two separate works, one on Daniel and one on Revelation. And each of them were called something like Studies in Daniel, Critical and Practical. So the word critical was used in the title of each one of those separate volumes. Now, when it was published in 1897 and earlier than that, it doesn't seem to have had that word used. But it's interesting that when Nix gave his speech there in your area in 2004, and when it was published the next year, he used the word critical in the typical modern Adventist sense, that is somebody who is negative, who is an enemy, and who needs to be shut down, I suppose. Anyway, because Hoyt published this thing, I mean, he sent it to me and hoped that I could get it published some way. I worked with his niece at PUC, Nancy LaCourte, who used to be chief academic officer there. And I said, are you aware of this thing that Fred Hoyt did? She said, no, but it sounds like him. And she says, he presented stuff to their forum there from time to time, and maybe he did that one. So she put me in touch with Greg Schneider, who had been the head of Adventist Forum at PUC in those days when Hoyt was alive, and Hoyt would visit. And sure enough, Fred Hoyt presented that whole thing to the Adventist Forum at PUC, and Greg Schneider, the president of it then, had a printed copy of the program and even a copy of Hoyt's document. So I felt as though Hoyt himself had issued it in a public setting. He'd also sent it to Doug Hackelman, I understand, and Hackelman had a copy. So when Hoyt's daughter said that she didn't want to have Hoyt's paper published because it might be demeaning to him in absentia, I said to myself, if anything has been to be demeaning about Fred Hoyt, it's already what he's published about Israel Damon, and not this final paper. But I had no qualms then about it at all, because Hoyt had released it in a couple of 2 or 3 settings. And so I edited that a little bit, put a preface on it of mine, and published it with Internet Archive as well. So both of those things are up there. Fred Hoyt's final piece finally has been published, final piece on the Israel Damon thing, and Ruth Bergeson's MA thesis on Ellen White and Milton, both about 75 pages or so. And I consider them books. They're small books, even though they're not. I mean, they are handled on Internet Archive as small books. So I'm not hearing you now.
Sorry. Is Hoyt Hoyt?
Hoyt, yeah. Frederick Hoyt.
Just looking that up on the archive as well, just so I can check that out later.
Now, sometimes you may have to look my name up because they do funny things on indexing things.
Yes, I've been typing your name as well as the person I've been looking for, and that's helped. So yeah, cool. Well, I tell you what a fantastic conversation. What time is it there?
Well, I tell you, you probably will loathe the day you asked me to come on this show.
No way. No way. In fact, I can't wait to have you back on again. In fact, Chanel has written, Peter, please ask Dr. Trenchard to come back and present your talk on the investigative judgment, asset or liability, which is a really good presentation. So
asset
can we
or liability, that's a phrase that I stole from the late
Raymond Cottrell.
Ray Cottrell.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he used it for that. It may have been the sanctuary that he said, but I've used it in the sense of investigative judgment. I did that at another place one time and quoted the character Sportin' Life from Porgy and Bess. I said, investigative judgment. No, that wasn't it. Remnant Church, that's what it. Remnant Church. It ain't necessarily so. So, as a musician, you've probably heard that from Porgy and Bess.
Yes, I have definitely heard that. And I loved your reference in the AT presentation to jazz, and how a lot of the improvisation elements are, a little bit like.
Well, I have a whole book that's pretty well done, and I have even a potential publisher for it outside of Adventism. This isn't an Adventist book at all, but it is something like how to read the stories of the New Testament. And it is modeled, I talk about jazz in the introduction, and again in the conclusion. I haven't written the conclusion yet, but I will talk about it. Because what I'm doing is I'm saying what you get in, let's say, the feeding, well, the story of the cleansing of the temple. You have it in all 4 Gospels. And in the 4th Gospel, it's the very beginning of the Gospel. In the synoptics, it's at the end of the gospel, just before Jesus is arrested and so forth, and or just after the triumphal entry into Jerusalem. But there's not very many of these stories that appear in all four gospels. The entry to Jerusalem is one, the triumphal, or the cleansing of the temple is another. But the cleansing of the temple is quite unique because it is separated in the projected life of Jesus to opposite ends. Well, I've analyzed those stories about the cleansing of the temple, and I've found a small number of common elements that are in all of them. I call it the common core tradition. And they not only appear in each of the stories, but they appear in the same order. And so I have on what I consider to be good evidence then that these all arose from the same basic narrative, a very simple story about Jesus cleansing the temple in Jerusalem. Now, whether it was historical or not is not the issue. It was traditional that he did that, but no gospel has it more than once. And the only reason the fourth gospel has it at the beginning is because Jesus is going back and forth to Jerusalem all the time. And it makes sense that he cleanses the temple the first time he goes, right? Whereas the synoptics have Jesus going to Jerusalem only at the end of his life, except for Luke, has him going as a young boy with his parents. But as an adult, he goes to Jerusalem only at the end of a fairly brief ministry in Galilee. Well, so what I'm saying is, what Mark does with that, who's the first one to take on this thing, I believe, he is like a jazz musician who is taking a standard, like, Take the A Train or something by Billy Strayhorn that became a theme song for Duke Ellington. Take the A Train is a standard that so many people have performed over the years. And every time every one of them performs it, they tend to perform it differently.
Yeah.
Even if it's just by a little bit, but it may be a lot. There's a lot of great religious music done that way as well.
Yeah.
Cyrus Chestnut, the great jazz pianist, he took a 4/4 ditty, "What a fellowship, what a joy divine," that little ditty everybody knows. And he slowed it way down and turned it into 3/4 time. And it is a marvelous ballad.
Yeah.
Built on a blues scale. And he has that characteristic blue note, that minor third above, the tonic at the top of the scale. If it's the key of C, it would be an E minor. And it just blasts out like that by itself, a couple of times in there. Just brilliant. And he also does some stuff with classical music technique that we call hemiola. You may know about it. It's where you have a piece in 3/4, particularly in the Renaissance music, you'd have this 3/4 time. And instead of two measures of 3/4, for just those two measures, it would be broken up into three measures of 2/4, or two beats a measure. And Chestnut does this at a predictable place in his characterization of What a Fellowship. That it shows the kind of thought that went into not only the thought that went into that creativity, but along with the creativity itself. That is just amazing. So I put this that's on my website. You can listen to Cyrus Chestnut and listen for the hemiola in there, where it just breaks the rhythm, bum, 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 and it is wonderful. It occurs only at one place in there. Wherever that place appears, that's when he uses it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm planning to write a book that is based on my tradition analysis of the Gospels, starting with all the texts that we have that are found in all four, then moving to some synoptic texts that we have in all three, and one or two others. And it'll be about 15 essays showing how to read these texts, starting from the what I consider the original common core tradition, and then going out to however it developed, usually through through Mark into Matthew and Luke, and then finally into the fourth gospel, which may have known some of that stuff, but clearly is built on the original thing. And so this is a book simply that says that the process by which that development took place is not unlike improvisation in
Mm,
jazz.
mm. I love it.
So,
I love it. Um,
so this is how crazy things are for me, Peter. I mean,
well,
absolute
we're
lunacy.
on a very similar page with that. I often share analogies to do with music, and I almost can see my audience glazing over. Oh, here he goes again. So it's nice. I'm not the only one.
Yeah. Well, I've got somebody who's interested in that, particularly for its jazz metaphor.
Mm,
And I have done all the translations. I've translated the Greek of all of that stuff because I realized that the NRSV had a limit on the number of things you could translate. So I said, well, I'll just sit down and spend a couple of weeks and I'll just translate all of this stuff. And it's my own translations. So that's all done. I've got most of the chapters written and part of the introduction, and I basically just need to write the conclusion and send it off somewhere. So
yeah. Oh, good. Hey, I've been chatting everyone to Dr. Warren Trenchard, who is full of interesting insights. We've
it's
been
full of it.
looking
Yeah.
full of insights. We've been looking at his book and a lot of other resources, The Desire of Ages and Its Sources, which was an incredible 8-year project put together by Fred Veltman that has over 2,800 pages or something, and this is a condensed version that has all the good bits in it. This is kind of a sequel to it, The City of Two Tales. I wonder, just in closing, can you share with us something from this book, The Desire of Ages and Its Sources, just in closing, something that you think would have really shocked you or Fred Veltman that was about Ellen White's borrowing, that was like when I read The White Lie, I had to stop reading it. It was just too shocking. And then years later, I read Ron Numbers' Prophetess of Health, and that was much easier, but still had big wow moments. What was the wow moment, or one of probably many that you found in researching the Fred Veltman report, where you went, "Whoa, that's a pretty
I'll
revealing."
give you two,
Yeah.
and I'll try to be brief with these. One of them actually started many, many years ago while I was a student at Andrews University in the seminary. At the time, I was taking a course that was a seminar in the Synoptic Gospels, or Seminar in the Synoptic Problem, I think it was called, that Earl Hilgert taught. And Earl ran it on Wednesday nights in his house, in his living room. Now, his wife worked over in Chicago most of the time. Hilgert would sometimes go over there on the weekends, but she was a librarian at McCormick Theological Seminary. And that's where Hilgert ended up working when he left Andrews eventually. But Hilgert had his father-in-law living with him, and the two of them hosted this seminar group in Earl's living room every Wednesday night for this particular term. And we were working through the Greek texts of a synoptic harmony of the Gospels, or synopsis, and looking at, primarily the development of a synoptic portfolio of writings on these things, typically starting with Mark and then moving out through Matthew and Luke independently. We didn't deal with Q so much in that, but we talked about it as the source of material that Matthew and Luke got that they didn't get from Mark. So we were working on something one night, I don't remember what it was now, and somebody in the class came up with a question for Earl. And the question was, why don't you use Desire of Ages as a textbook in this class? Well, I was just a student. I wasn't at the time I had taught a little bit at Andrews, uh, and so forth. But that was, and I taught a course over in Hinsdale, Illinois at one point, an extension course. But I didn't have much of a track record, so I wasn't teaching anything that would have elicited a question like that to me, I guess. But Hilgert he said, well, the problem I have is I don't know which Ellen White is giving the right answer sometimes. And he said, let me give you an example. And so I wrote this up as one of the examples in that book. But you see, I got it from way back 1967 or something like that, 68 at latest. And Hilgert proceeded to tell us that there are two water miracles in the New Testament, and they're always presented in the order stilling of the storm and walking on the water. Now that the one doesn't come right after the other, but it's in that order. Jesus is in a boat with his disciples one night, falls asleep, and there's a storm develops. Disciples think they're going to drown. They wake him up in a panic, and he tells them, "Why were you afraid? Why were you afraid?" And he in the Gospel of Mark, he actually uses language that is used elsewhere for the casting out of demons. Kind of interesting. So he sort of casts the demons of the storm out, and the storm subsides, and they survive, and they land on the other shore early in the morning, and that's where the incident of the demoniac among the tombs and so forth appears. And you may recall, the one demoniac in Mark and in Luke becomes two demoniacs in Matthew. Less like Matthew doubles up on several things like that. But anyway, that's another matter. Later on, of course, there's this incident of the feeding of the 5,000 people, which occurs in all four Gospels. Luke is the only one who doesn't have the event that takes place after it, however. But he has the order of events in the same, with the 5,000 coming much later than the stilling of the storm. But in Matthew, Mark, and John, there's a story of Jesus who, after the feeding of the 5,000 people, he goes up on the mountain to pray and sends the disciples out in a boat on the lake. And they're crossing the lake at night. And she says that he can look down on them. He can see them out on the lake. Well, that's extra biblical. It's not in the story. And he realizes they're in trouble. So he goes walking out there to them on the lake. And of course, in Matthew's account, he tells it that Peter wants to get involved. So he wants to, walk on the waves as well. So he seduces Jesus into letting him come out there until he starts, to sink and so forth. And so in Matthew and in Mark, when Jesus and Peter, or Jesus just by himself, done whatever, he gets into the boat and he just goes with them to the shore, and whatever happens next in the story takes place. In the fourth gospel, it's interesting because it says when Jesus got in the boat, they were immediately at the land. Strange language. In other words, kind of instantaneously, they land. In fact, I sometimes call it the story of the instantaneous landing, the immediate landing. But anyway, you've got three gospels telling the story of the feeding of the 5,000 and having immediately after it the walking on the water thing, and three gospels, not the same three, but Matthew, Mark, and Luke, telling the story earlier on in their narrative of Jesus about his going to sleep in the boat, storm coming up, he stills the storm. In 1878, or maybe this was in 77 or something, it was in Spirit of Prophecy, I think book 2. The stuff about Jesus is spread between the latter part, the last half of book 1, I'm sorry, book 2, and the first half of book 3. And then Acts of the Apostles picks up in there, the story of Acts of the Apostles. That 4-volume set was actually expanded to 5 volumes, as you well know, in the Conflict series later. In that account of Jesus stilling the storm, remember the order now: stilling of the storm, walking on the water. In that account, Ellen says the disciples remembered when they woke Jesus up. They remembered that he had once come walking to them on the water and calmed the storm. Now, of course, she in that book has the walking on the water before that. So it makes sense. That order is established then, not only by the text, its construction, but by the dialogue. Jesus said, these disciples acknowledged that Jesus had come walking to them on the water earlier, so they shouldn't have been afraid. But that's not the biblical order. It's her order. And when it comes to the book, The Desire of Ages, Veltman quotes a lot of stuff from Marion Davis. And one of the things Marion was concerned about was getting the order of stuff right. She was concerned about what she called the old book, sometimes having things in it that weren't biblical. And so in the new book, she wanted to make sure that it was biblical. Now, I'm not sure that she was successful in all of that, getting it to be biblical. But in terms of the order of these miracles, she did get it right. Wow. They reversed the order of the feeding of the 5,000 associated with the stilling of the storm, or the walking on the water, and the stilling of the storm. So it now comes in the biblical order in Desire of Ages after the other event. So what are they going to do with the material that is edited from Spirit of Prophecy, Book 2, going into Desire of Ages? That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So they left it out.
They just
but in place of it, they said the disciples should have remembered something like, they should have remembered the fact that Jesus had frequently saved them from disaster.
Wow.
No reference to the walking on the water. That's how they cover their tracks on that.
Yeah.
I thought this was brilliant on Hilgert's part. And I used it for years and years in teaching Gospels courses. When students would ask me at that point, why aren't you using Desire of Ages?
Right.
And I would say, let me tell you a story.
Yeah.
And I would tell them this story, and they would see what I was talking about. Well, I know much more about it now than I did then. But I put that into that book. I have, after the article about, which I used the original title on, that was in Spectrum, The Biblical Writings of Ellen White. Remember, Carpenter called it the biblical fiction of Ellen White. Yeah. I have that article in that essay book, but it's called The Biblical Writings of Ellen White. Otherwise, it's basically the same as the article in Spectrum. After that, however, I follow it up with 2 examples of Ellen White's biblical fiction. And one of the examples, I said we have 2 kinds of examples. One kind of example is something that was stated that was unbiblical, but was made to be biblical later in the next version.
Yes.
And the next one was unbiblical in Spirit of Prophecy, but remained unbiblical and even got expanded in the second one. Now that goes beyond Hilgert. I got the other one from Hilgert and gave him credit in what I wrote. Wonderful experience in that class. And it gave me that answer that I could give to people.
And what's an example of the expanded?
So the ones that got expanded was a story. I used one story. I could have used more than one story, but one story was the story of Jesus calling the disciples. And I said how you know, in Mark and Luke, there's a simple statement. They crossed the lake and landed. There was a crowd around. Jesus kind of dismissed them, went up the mountain to pray, came down in the morning and found and decided he was going to select 12 out of the larger group, you know. And Ellen calls it he ordained 12, language from the Gospel of Mark. Well, there are two fictional episodes I mentioned to you yesterday, I think. One is she turns this thing into an ordination, has an actual ordination ceremony with all the accoutrements of laying on of hands and prayer and so on. And the other one was the episode about Judas confronting Jesus earlier on and wanting to be part of the group. And the use of the language, you know, master, master, I will follow you wherever you go, and so forth. Both of those are extra biblical, fictional episodes, not just little elements in the story. These are whole episodes in stories that are not in the biblical text. And in the case of, and these are picked up by Desire of Ages, and they're still in that text. So Marian didn't get rid of those.
Yeah.
So we have examples then of one that she got rid of and changed and rectified, and the other one that got left the same. Now, Hilgert could have given that example, but for different reasons. The other one he could give because there were two versions of it that Ellen White had in her own books. And so he said to the students, I don't know which book of Ellen to use.
You're right.
And you know, that was at the time, I think, a brilliant answer. The other biblical thing, I mean, you had that thing where the saints who were raised at the time of Jesus, who came out of tombs when Jesus was crucified. She adds the episode about the ascension and entrance into heaven. And all of that goes back for 40 years. That one we find in Spiritual Gifts, Volume 1. We find it in Spirit of Prophecy, Volume 3. And that's 20 years later, from 1858 to 1878. And then 20 years after that, Desire of Ages, it's in the same book.
Right.
I mean, the same thing is in that book. So, yeah, that in some ways, I think, is a follow-up on Veltman's stuff.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
Fred probably wouldn't.
Because
Fred probably wouldn't be quite that bold.
Yeah.
To put that stuff out there.
Well, Marion Davis and Fanny Bolton both approached Ellen with these questions and concerns, didn't they? And how did she react to that?
I've only done a cursory look at some of those things. More from Fanny Bolton, I think, than Marion Davis. But yeah, I don't think there was really, I don't think, particularly in Fanny Bolton's case, satisfactory answers given that she wasn't convinced of what she was hearing. At least that's my impression.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is stuff that I have occupied myself with in retirement.
I love it. I love that you have and that you can share it.
I'm getting a bit weary of it, not just because I'm getting older and more dizzy and stuff, but I've come to the conclusion, Peter, more all the time, that nobody cares. You know, and one reason I feel good about coming onto a program like this is that this seems like an environment where people actually care about this.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people do care.
And I don't find that, to some extent. I find it in the, you know, I present stuff in classes. There's 3 or 4 or 5 classes, Sabbath seminars, you know, that I've done my 40 to 50 presentations in, and not all of those are published pieces. Some of them are, or never will be. They're specific assignments that they want covered, and occasionally that'll turn into an article or something. But I don't always do this for publication. And there's some the groups I usually present to are people on the fringes or having passed beyond the fringes.
Mm.
And intellectually, I've passed beyond the fringes too.
Mm.
Functionally and structurally, or officially, let's say, I haven't.
Mm.
And maybe that gives me a little bit of a platform. But I'm discouraged about it. I mean, I don't think it's making any difference in the lives of people. I wrote a piece for Spectrum, and one pastor's wife, she's married to a guy who was a very progressive thinking pastor. He's retired and not in greatest health. She's a physician. And Don Casebolt and I each wrote, unbeknownst to each other, pieces for a particular issue in Spectrum, maybe a couple of years ago. And I think mine was on. It was kind of a simple thing, actually. It was an examination of the three angels' messages in Revelation 14, and I concluded a number of things about them, as you might imagine. They're not especially significant in the book of Revelation. Commentators often go over them fairly quickly. I talked to a person who had been an editor of Christianity Today, and I thought I might send it to Christianity Today because it's not a highly technical scholarly piece, but it is a serious piece. And I thought Christianity Today might like it. He said the problem with that, he said they probably would like it, but nobody pays any attention to that. People that read, that journal. They wouldn't find it of any significance that there was any particular value to what these three angels proclaim. Certainly not having anything to do with sort of a constitution for an end time group of Christians. But I challenged all of those kinds of things. I said it's isolated contextually, it's isolated linguistically. It seems to be a standalone kind of piece in many respects. Its time frame. I went on and I actually added another addendum to that, dealing with the time element of Revelation. And I feel that Revelation was written to the original readers to be understood by them and to be understood by the writer. I'm not a preterist in the sense that classically preterism says everything was fulfilled in the book of Revelation by the destruction of Jerusalem. I think that's preposterous. I think the book of Revelation was written at the end of the first century, some 30, 40 years after the destruction of Jerusalem. But it's preterist in the sense that it was for those people and to be understood by them. In fact, there's textual evidence, both at the beginning and the end of Revelation, that says that the writer is told by an angel from God, write what I want you to write, the things that will soon take place, must soon take place. And in chapter 22, there's a verse that is identical to that. You've been writing about the things that must soon take place. And I've examined all the words for soon and so on, and all the time words, all the time elements of Revelation, if taken literally, could be fulfilled within certainly the lifetime of those people who first received it. So I don't take Revelation to be something, that's 18 centuries into the future, or 20 centuries into the future. The same with the book of Hebrews. That has nothing whatsoever to do with things that happened in 1844.
Yeah.
The last event to take place in the chronology of Hebrews is the second coming of Jesus. And that's said to happen any time in their lifetime.
That's right.
The notion of Jesus going to heaven, entering whatever the heavenly sanctuary is and so on, all of that happened when he went to heaven, went through the veil. Going through the veil is to going into heaven itself, the biblical text says. Des would have said through the vial, I guess, right? Anyway, so I wrote that piece, and a woman read it, and also whatever Casebolt wrote at that time, and she wrote a letter to Carpenter, and she talked about both our articles, and she singled mine out in particular. I had nothing to do with this. Carpenter sent me a copy, but she said, finally, someone has told it like it is. We've heard this for decades, but never like this. And if I guess that's the thing that kind of keeps me going. If one person can feel that way and can think a little bit clearer about some of these things, then maybe I've had some success. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's harder and harder for me to be convinced of that these days, I must say.
Well, I think what people seek is authenticity, and you can pick a topic and be authentic on it, and people respond to it. A lot of Adventist apologists, young people, are sick of the traditional Adventists fighting, with their more aggressive approach. They're sick of the scholars and these guys for trying to put round pegs into square holes. And I think why our conversation, so yesterday's conversation, with all the technical issues we had, has had over 1,000 views now on the different platforms. And we weren't even really getting off the ground because of the technology problems. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see how many people have watched this. And I think it's having that kind of viewership, if that's the right word, because people like Barry Ford has just written, we care because we were lied to. We want to follow the truth wherever it leads, says Dexter. John writes, we care because it's a document forever now on here on YouTube, and it needs to be preserved. So as far as conversations being preserved, there's value in that as well. And I really think that in my ministry, when I was a Seventh-day Adventist, and I left, in fact, next week, I'll be doing a program because it'll be 10 years to the day that I left, and wrote a leaving post on Facebook. But the reason I stayed was, I wanted to encourage young people to stay in the church. I wanted to present Jesus and the Bill Johnson style, one project style Adventism. We were doing that, 30 years before one project people were even born. But what's interesting is that my influence, as far as any kind of making people think about things that had held them up in their life, that lies they'd been told, was minimal. But when I've started to do this show, the more I've been suggesting things in a way where I'm willing to admit we were lied to, we were offered false hope. There's problems to see here that aren't just able to be reclaimed or revised. All of a sudden, the interest in the content just ballooned, because I think of not the authenticity of me being a good person, or having a more, he deserves that for being this person sharing these stories, but simply because I wasn't trying. I was on a journey to find and seek truth, and people like being on that journey with someone. And I think that's why what you're doing is important, because I don't know how old you are, but you're a little bit older than me, and you present yourself as someone with an inquiring mind, and people are drawn to that.
Well, I'll be 82 in July.
Oh, really?
I'll be 82 in July.
Wow. That I thought you were about 10 years older than me, but that's closer to 20.
Sorry, we seem to have cut out.
I was thinking you were 10 years older than me, but that's more like 20.
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me now? Have we lost our signal? Testing one.
Yes, well, yeah, I'll be 82 in July. So my remaining days are a lot fewer than my
Well, I guess what I
previous
was saying,
days.
what I was saying though were words of encouragement to you for offering this material that I think is not only relevant, current, very interesting. It's leaving a document for people that will have a legacy factor, whether you care or not about whether you have a legacy. I'm talking about a resource that's important for future generations to get hold of, that in the past the church could suppress. This is a movement now since social media, really since lockdown, that the Adventist Church was really good at covering up. They can't now. So you're a part of that team authenticity, which I think is greatly valued.
Des is a prime example of that, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So you have the only way that they could move forward with Des is to have him document his views, and he did that in a conventional sense of actually writing them out. And Des was a bit wordy himself, and so the thing was 991 pages, not very well organized. But so the likelihood that Des was going to have much impact on people with all of that is kind of remote. Now, had he had the platform that he had later, when he was in more of a media type ministry, it might have been quite different, but he didn't have it then.
And I don't think he or Gillian wanted to have Good News Unlimited become a movement. I've disagreed with both of them on that. I think they should have allowed it to become a movement, because a lot of people would have left the Adventist Church and found a place they could call home. And liberal progressive Adventists have never really gained a foothold within Adventism and don't really have a place to call home.
My oldest son, I think would have been one of them. He loved Des Ford. He went to some of his meetings when Des Ford was still in the Bay Area or was visiting that area and so forth. He's not an Adventist today, but I think he might have been.
Yeah,
he might have been garnered into that fold, had it been available to him.
Well, Gillian was telling me that they had over 200,000 people on their mailing list around 1984, 85. So 200,000 people interested in the content. And, but they said, oh, if we'd made it a movement, it would have become political. I'm like, so what? Everything becomes political. But it would have been a home for people to go to. So last question, what does your wife think about you doing all these midnight meanderings? Oh, we've lost him on that point. Was Warren's wife sitting there on the stop button? I'm not sure if we're going to get him. Yes, we are, just to say farewell. That was a funny moment.
Blank on us for a while.
That was a funny moment for the thing to drop out. Yeah, it was funny because I said, what does your wife think about these midnight meanderings? And you disappeared. And I said, is she near the button and pressing stop? So I'm not sure if you can still hear me or not. Looks like we've got problems like yesterday with the connection. So I would love an answer to that question, though. I wonder, do you want to bear with me, everybody, just for one more minute? Can you hear me now?
We're back.
We're back.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, it was just funny because I asked, what does your wife think about these midnight meanderings and your involvement with the Adventist Church? And then you disappeared.
Kind of metaphorical.
Like she just pressed the button, don't answer.
No, she has Christian leanings. She used to be quite active in Protestant churches in Korea. She has suggested to me and has come to Adventist worship services. Neither one of us is doing that now. So she doesn't have very positive vibes about Adventism, but and I try to do these kinds of things in something of an unobtrusive way that isn't, sort of over the top with her. But yeah, I mean, I think she appreciates that I have something that occupies my mind, especially creatively at this stage of life.
Yeah.
Her father, who was a military leader in Korea, sort of didn't have that toward the end of his life, and it was sort of disappointing and tragic, I think.
Yeah.
I'll get there too, I suppose, but I'm not going to run for Congress or the Supreme Court, even though there are older people there. I will, try to knock off some of these things that for my whole life I didn't have a chance to really do in this way.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Well, look, I just want to say hi to her from me. She sounds amazing. And I just want to.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
I hope thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. It's been great. I will reach out to you in a month and get you back on to do some more. I've loved it so much. So to all those watching, and Matthew Lucio is watching as well. I think he might still be watching. He's a young Adventist historian.
Who is that?
Matthew Lucio. I'm sure you'd know of his. He has a podcast, Advent History, I think it's called, the Advent History podcast. And last year, I think he was allowed into the vaults somewhere where they still have a tape of the Glacier View meetings, and he was allowed to listen to them. So he's done some podcasts on that. He's only a young bloke. He'd only be 35, 40, I guess. But he was watching today with great interest. Well, until we meet again, go and listen to some jazz music and have a good snooze.
Well, last night before I went to sleep, I actually pulled up my own website and listened to some of the jazz I have there. Great. My first jazz piece I ever heard was by Oscar Peterson, the great Black Canadian pianist.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And he did a thing. I was manager of the radio station at Andrews University, and we got jazz albums that would come there. And of course, we didn't play jazz on the radio, but we had to do something with the albums. And there were a lot of other pop albums and other things, and various people that worked at the station, I just gave these records to them to, because we were primarily a classical music station. And so there's this jazz album, and it was a Verve album, and I thought, I need to listen to this. I took it home, and I was mesmerized by this particular tune called "I Remember Clifford."
Right.
I Remember Clifford. It was written by Benny Golson back in the day, and it was celebrating the life of the short-lived jazz trumpet player called Clifford Brown, who died in his 20s. And he was quite a star even by then. And so Golson wrote this thing. Golson was a saxophone player, but he wrote this piece called "I Remember Clifford." And various people do this now. It's often done with trumpet solo, and there's a guy, again, names. There's a great trumpet player who died also young, not as young as Clifford Brown, but he was 48. And he did a solo rendition with a jazz orchestra on this using the flugelhorn. And I have a flugelhorn. It's a wonderful instrument. Yeah. And the sound of it is just amazingly smooth.
Yeah,
and so anyway, I should get the name of this guy. You would probably know him. I'll pull it up here in just a second. But anyway, that's what hooked me on this. And I was listening to, I remember Clifford. It goes on about 11 minutes, I remember. And it had, it was very slow ballad, trio with bass and drums. And so about 5 minutes or so into it, maybe a little bit longer, the slow ballad, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, it doubled. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4. It doubled. And it went for about another 3 or 4 minutes and it doubled again. And it was going lightning speed. And of course, Peterson, Oscar Peterson, was a brilliant pianist, probably
Yeah.
one of the greatest of the 20th
Yes.
century. And
Yes.
he would run up and down the keys just like nobody else.
Yeah.
And so just before they came to the end of this bebop type arrangement, the tempo suddenly broke off back to the original slow tempo.
Yeah.
It was just like it shattered and it just collapsed right back into this and ended up in the next couple of minutes. And I was so fascinated by this. I had spent my life in bands and then classical and religious music choirs and stuff like that, taking voice lessons and this just blew me away because the kind of structure that it had. So
Mm.
a lot of people listen to jazz and think it's just noise and so on, and some of it is, but most of it has.
Oh no, we've lost him again. I love the passion. Hang on, hang on. Keep going. I love the passion. I just found it as well. I was pulling it up as well.
Okay, so I've got the site up now. Let me look at music. My music goes down here to, I tell the story on how I found this Oscar Peterson piece. And then I said, I didn't know it at the time, but this tune composed by Benny Golson memorializes the wonderful young trumpet player Clifford Brown, who had met an untimely death in his 20s. Here, and you can click on the word here is the sublime ballad beautifully interpreted, the flugelhorn in the 2014 rendition by the great Roy Hargrove, who also died much too young in 2018 at 49.
Mm.
I have this thing about going into religious jazz, Cyrus Chestnut's piece, What a Fellowship. And then I talk about discovering the Canadian brass playing what is it? Just a Closer Walk with Thee. And I collected at the time about 200 versions of the audio of that.
Mm.
And then what I found, we played it at one person's funeral. We didn't play it, but we had a group, a quartet that played it. But I have found a rendition of Wynton Marsalis and Eric Clapton playing Just a Closer Walk with Thee.
Yes.
That is the most brilliant thing I think I've ever heard. And I plan to have it played if I ever have a funeral or a memorial service. I want that. I don't even want a sermon. I just want that particular
Play the song.
piece. And it's unbelievable the way that thing goes. There's a drum solo in the middle of it. Whenever jazz groups
This is the Eric Clapton contributing version. Yeah.
When jazz people do this, Just a Closer Walk, it's always in the style of the jazz funeral, which it starts out with the dirge. It's very slow. And then in the middle of it, it changes into what's called the send-off. And the group on the way to the cemetery is playing the music and the body is going there with them. That's very slow. That's the dirge. But after the funeral and they're coming back home, they play the send-off and it just lets everything loose. It just goes crazy. And that's the way this thing goes. It is wonderful. But in the middle, the transition between the dirge and the send-off is about a 5-minute solo drum playing. He's just playing one drum. And it's not a snare drum. It's kind of a tom-tom drum.
Wow.
But he starts out with a very slow rhythm. Boom. You know, and he starts building up the complexity of it until it's just wild at the end of that 5 minutes. And then he slows it back down, and the group comes in with this send off on Just a Closer Walk. So if you get a chance to listen to that thing, it's on there. So you'll think of me.
I'm going to go and explore your website's music section right after the show.
Well, I've had a lot of different. I mean, I talk about classical music. I love I love the great choral stuff as well. So it's a kind of eclectic thing in here that I've been through in life with regard to music, and I knew that would kind of touch base with you and your.
Oh yeah,
you've
had a life of bursts of creativity that I love that you've embraced.
Well, it is. I'm just at the end of the day, just a simple newfie, you know, and that's about it.
Well, thank you.
I thank you for the opportunity. I hope that you found something at least potentially useful in all of this.
Oh,
stuff.
I've absolutely loved it. And like I said, I'm going to contact you in a month and get you back to do your one on the investigative judgment. So,
Well,
yeah.
I can, I mean, if you want me to do something else sometime,
Yes.
what I can do is I can share with you, like I have, I can with Lauren Seibold,
like the PowerPoint.
a whole bunch of stuff that I have done in either, and most of this you can see on my website if you want to just look at presentations and publications, stuff that I've got. I haven't kept up on what I'm writing or working on at the moment, but you know, I can let you know that as we go along, if that interests you.
Well, we could do a PowerPoint on your IJ asset or liability. Would that work in about a month?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, that's probably. I'll look at that since you're interested in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I presented that 2 or 3 different times. I'll try to find the one that's the most developed. It may not be the one that you heard, but it wouldn't be.
That's all right.
It wouldn't be less than that. Let's put it that way.
And I think too, we're offering a boutique opportunity to hear your work within my community that we've built here. So, or within our community that's just grown organically with not much input.
Well, it sounds like you've got a great thing going. So congratulations. And I hope this was more of a asset than a liability.
It is. It is an asset. The SDAQ&A Dr. Trenchard asset or liability conversation. Definite asset. Well, we'll leave you to have a nice peaceful evening and a good sleep and go and listen to some Oscar Peterson, and we will talk to you in a month's time. I'll hold you to that.
Catch you later.
See you later. Thanks, Warren.
Good night. Have a good weekend.